District attorney went off the rails. Innocent until proven guilty. Never came out of his mouth. That is outrageous. We are outraged. Before any trial has occurred, he announced the defendant's theory of the case is a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. That is outrageous. We are outraged. He provided a false notice of discovery, claiming he did not know. We now know that was a lie. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. District attorney went off the rails. Innocent until proven guilty. Never came out of his mouth. That is outrageous. We are outraged. He provided a false notice of discovery, claiming he did not know. We now know that was a lie. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. Outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged.
So, are we suitably outraged, everybody? The grave concerns thingy? Sure. Hey, Old and Dirt and Corny and Wilma or Will? Are you outraged at the judge in Karen's case? Because I sure am. Yes, in fucking deed I am. I don't expect to get any money from a rage stream, vent stream. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like being right, Compote. I can see the writing on the wall half the time. Doesn't mean I'm always right. It's just obvious what was going on before it even happened. So I already worked out before this even went down that the whole fucking show was going to be over a fucking social media post. And so, for me personally, because I already knew it was going to be over a social media post, I don't think it's fair or right, in fact, a abuse of power, for the judge to go, I don't like what's being said on social media, so I am going to punish all of the lawyers. So I'm back to a fucking Judge Bev 2.0 situation. In my mind, you don't have to share it, but that's where I feel like I am right now. Yes, Iron Chef, I think not just that he likes the limelight, but he's using it to protect people. So, and that's not fair. Given the lecture that he just gave everybody in court, that is not fair. We'll get into that because I have a feeling that he called that hearing and then didn't let anybody to respond is actually itself an abusive process. But we'll just start at the start because I need to start at the start. What happens with these people? I'm not talking about the judges now. I'm talking about the people involved. is that they think everything is happening inside of its own little bubble. They accuse Karen of leaking documents that were actually obtained by FOIA, by Corey Hopkins. That's a little bubble, okay? That just makes we can just make this one thing look bad, and then we'll add to it. We'll make it look like Proctor's stuff got leaked as well, and they just keep adding. And so each little thing they think is just happening in a bubble. The problem is we've been through this for 4 fucking years, and there's no longer unique individual little bubbles of shenanigans anymore. It's like the bubble is now ready to burst. In fact, I think for most of us it had already burst through Judge Bev's grave concerns. So Corny wants to start there. I was going to go over the history of this case so that we got our heads around how not a unique thing this is for one little instance. This is another fucking bubble. So, because that was a spur of the moment addition, give me 1 second. Grave concerns. Do you want me to just talk about the grave concerns rather than pulling it up? Did you hear all the lawyers right before the feed cut off say, can you go get the judge so we can be heard? That's exactly right, Colin Pope. Though I did hear that, and I know exactly why they were doing that. This is what I want to get into, because that part is the abuse of power. It was like the hostage video that Morrissey released about Colin. Exactly will. So let's go over the Judge Bev thing, because if I play it again, it was very difficult to follow the law terms and what was actually happening and how that was put together, okay? So before trial 1 ended, I think, I'm just trying to piece this together. At some stage, JJ was on the steps and a reporter asked him, did you pay for the ARCA witnesses? And AJ said, no, we didn't pay for the ARCA witnesses. And that's true. The fact that you pay for their accommodation or their time that they spend in town testifying for you is not the same as paying for the ARCA witnesses to do their investigation. So he answered that truthfully. Nobody needs to know whose accommodation Karen's paying for. That is attorney-client privilege, and other things, work product, and falls into lots of categories, I think. And let me just disclaim here, I'm not a lawyer, so I could be wrong about half this shit. So it's just the way it comes together in my head. Doesn't mean that I am correct by the law, or that I'm going to look at it the way the judge is going to look at it. I look at it the way that you guys look at it, okay? Who is it that the state represents? They represent the people who vote for the fucking state, right? So Commonwealth versus Karen Reid wasn't necessarily the government versus Karen Reid. That was the people. So in Australia, it's the Queen versus whoever, depending on the type of case, whether it's civil or criminal. But often you will see the people versus that person. It's certainly that way in England, because they recognise that it's the people that the state represent. So in the case of Bev's grave concerns, that was something AJ said on the courthouse steps. And at that time that he said it, it was true. And I don't even think at that time that he said it, he'd even been invoiced for the accommodation and time factor of the ARCA witnesses. So then I think that lit a fire under Brennan's ass. Was it? Yeah, because it was Bob Alessi that argued it. So it was definitely a Brennan issue that was raised, and it was pre-trial 2.0. And he was basically saying that they did pay the ARCA and that they lied to Bev. Then you go through Alessi's. This was the first time we realised that Alessi has colour tabs in his binder to organise all his information. So for me, that was a big thing. If you're not if you're not a geek or anally retentive, you're probably not going to appreciate that the way some of us geeks actually did, but I certainly appreciated it. So Alessi argued the actual order that things happened in. So, and he had receipts. He wasn't just arguing out his ass. He actually had a binder full of receipts. This is the date that Alan Jackson was asked. This is the date that the invoice was sent. This is the date that the government responded and said, well, the FBI responded and said, yes, you can pay them directly. And this is the date that it was paid. And today is the date we're arguing over us actually disclosing that we paid it. So Bev's grave concerns was based on a false premise that when she asked, they had actually paid, and that wasn't true. The receipts that Alessi bought were essentially the proof of that, but she ignored that. She was like, hurry up and get on with it. I'm not reading your binder. I've already made my ruling. But I'm pretty sure if that ever went to an appeal, Karen would have been like, there were so many things. I think we were in the 60s by the end of trial 2 for how many appealable issues, like weighted probably from the highest to the lowest, but we were definitely in the 60s by the time trial 2 finished of appealable issues. And Karen was never, if a conviction had to happen, she was never going to stay convicted. This was going back to trial. So there were things that Bev ruled on throughout, the things that she had to rule on because she knew it was going to get appealed and she knew it would get overturned. And we're going to come to one of those in this discussion. But essentially, that's the story with the grave concerns. Bev saw AJ say something on the courthouse steps. She lost her shit and she decided to shut the whole show down. She came down on the public. She was like, you cannot protest. We're going to throw you in jail if you protest around the courthouse. She went out on a limb to shut the public down, forgetting that she actually serves the people that she's trying to shut down. So moving on from Bev, we now have Gildea going, this is what he said in court today. We can play it again. I'll tune into Ali and Bob so long as they're finished their stream. I don't want to steal anyone's crowd. Let me just have a look. If they are finished their stream, we'll tune into Ali and Bob's because they seem to be like, they're as suitably outraged as we are, but they interrupted the stream a little bit less, and I don't know where the stream is right now. But we'll tune in and listen to what Gildea said. But essentially what he said was, I heard on social media someone posted about Proctor's mental illness. Obviously they're talking about Aidan Carney. Or it could have been, as Melanie Little pointed out, it could have been Grant Ellis Smith. But the point is, first of all, reporters are following Proctor around because of what Proctor did. All right, that's because of something that's going on in the Rosemary Scapiccio case where she exposed a whole bunch of shit. Karen wouldn't even known about any of that shit if it wasn't for Rosemary. So Rosemary, being the tiger that she is, she's chasing that down. Karen finds out that all this shit that she tried to get in her criminal trials are all Brady violation because somehow Rosemary's got her hands on it. So, she finds out all this stuff going on with Brady violations. She wants her hands on all of that. And I don't blame her. I would too, because, Proctor did it. It's not everybody else's fault because Proctor got busted. It's Proctor's fault because he was doing shit to get busted for, right? Christina Rex just tweeted out, Alan Jackson, Reed's attorney, not happy. The judge did not give lawyers an opportunity to be heard. He had the clerk go back and ask. The clerk came out and said no. Exactly. Christina Rex is like glossing over the fact that Alan Jackson used to be a prosecutor and he knows the fucking rules here, which I'm going to point out in a second. Hey, Michelle, one super mod in the house. The other one might be coming. I don't know. I'll let you know. I just didn't give you the link. I was too mad. So yeah, it's like these judges blame everybody else for the fact that they have to serve the fucking public. Anyway, moving on. I think it might have been Aiden's post, and I think he actually also said something in one of his shows, in one of his YouTube presentations. He said something along the lines of Proctor's mental health is, I can't remember the post, to be honest. I probably should try and get up. Let me see if I can find the post for you. I think Corny actually posted on his post. Let me just go into my notifications. So I think actually, oh, not that one. It's quicker for me to find this through notifications than it is to go searching for it. Here we go, Aiden Carney and the post. Proctor decided to have, so this was on the 9th of June, so that's Australia's date in the browser. So this is on the 8th of June at 12:52 p.m, not 2:52 p.m. Well, hang on, that's my time as well. Hang on, let me work this out, because I think he actually said what time it was. It was 10 in the morning, not 2 in the afternoon. Michael Proctor decided to have a mental health crisis after the whole world found out how racist he is. Sources tell us he checked himself into a mental health facility in Florida to try to avoid today's deposition. So he also complains about the judge in this one as well. So I think that this is the post that Gildea is... Gildea, is... it's going to be hard not to say Gildea anymore, but can we just say Guardia? It's about the only time it's fucking suitable. I'm sure there's beavers in his town. So Gildea says, it's all over a social media post. Well, who gives a fucking shit? There's people out there. There's reporters parked on fucking Proctor's front doorstep following him around because of what Proctor did. So that's his own fucking fault. And the fact that you got the whole fucking world knows what Proctor did, you think someone in Florida isn't going to watch him walk into a mental health facility and go, hey, Turtle Boy, I just seen Proctor enter a mental health facility. Like, hello, it's the fucking public. We're allowed to do that shit. Gildea can't threaten the lawyers because of shit the public's doing. And totally aside of the fact that he's supposed to be serving the fucking public. Anyway, so there's that. But let's just rewind, because this seems like, it's a little bubble thing, right? One little thing happened, judge is losing his shit over it. No, this is not one little thing. So let's go back to the start. Let me get my fucking notes up. I got notes, man. Where's me notes? All right. You have to go through this back to the start to understand that this shit happened in Gildea's court, and he's acting like he doesn't fucking know that this shit happened in his court. So first of all, the wrongful death case was filed way early in the piece, and I think it was before trial 1 had even ended. That judge at the time, which I think was O'Shea, and he was indeed appointed by the RAG, the Regional Administrative Judge, Beverly Cannoni, to that case. And then Judge O'Shea, more or less, like, probably not in so many words, but more or less promised everyone, I am on this case to the end. No other judge is getting it. It's just me. We even heard Damon Seligson on Larry's channel, the DUI guy channel, saying, we've been assured this is the only judge. We're pretty sure we're never going to get a different judge. And within a few weeks, what happened? Bam, they got a new judge. So this is Gildea that they got in place of O'Shea's retirement. So how can O'Shea even make that fucking promise to begin with, or even allude to it, if he knew he was retiring very shortly? Nonetheless, we know it was Beverly Canoni who appointed him. She was a Raj when O'Shea retired. She was the one making the appointments. Let me pop that on the screen. Let's get our share screen back. Let me pop this on the screen because I posted about it. Yeah, I dug it up. I know I posted about it like ages ago, and it was a real mission to find it too. Let's share this tab. Remember that? I was already hot under the collar about this whole thing. This was like days after Karen Reid was acquitted. Back in June or July, I forget what month I posted it. But anyway, so this is how we found out that Beverly was actually the Raj, or she was doing that. She was the session judge. See, Canoni. And who was it that she assigned to the event? O'Shea. Now, I understand she might not be doing this right this very second today, but she was definitely doing this when O'Shea was appointed, and she was also doing this when he retired and it was switched over to Gildea. So make no mistake about it. We know who's in their fucking lunchroom. Rewind. Does anybody need to be a fly on the wall at the lunchroom of that courthouse to guess what's going on between fucking Beverly Canoni and Gildea? I did older than dirt. I predict things not because I have some sort of fucking crystal ball. It's because if there's shit on the wall, I can usually see it. This is totally opposed to personal interactions. If you and I are having a personal interaction, I won't see the shit until it's in my face, until it's exploded everywhere. This is looking at patterns and data and information. This is a different kettle of fish altogether than personal interactions. But yeah, when it comes to seeing the patterns in data and stuff, that's definitely my autistic side showing through. So this was plain, says Bradley, make a mental health excuse and penalise Karen Reid. Yes, thank you, Bradley. This is what I'm trying to get to. This was not just accidental and happened in a bubble. Where was I up to? I forgot where I was up to. All right, so yeah, we know that Canoni, we know what they're doing in the lunchroom, okay? We know what they're talking about. Canoni had a bee in a bonnet about the publicity. She's gonna bitch to Gildea about the publicity. Gildea's obviously got a hate for fucking Aiden Carney, and who doesn't? Like, Jesus, that shit's blown up into all proportions. For the record, I don't hate anyone, okay? I hate people who come at me sideways and say shit about my family and my grandkids and drag up shit that doesn't need to be fucking in the argument. But as far as anything outside of that, I don't care, all right? I don't care what you think about I don't care if you love him or hate him. I don't care about loving or hating other YouTubers or what. I don't fucking care, all right? I don't have a fucking side. So, but obviously Gildea has a side, right? So Aiden just posted AJ's, right. I'm going to elaborate on what AJ's doing there. He's got it on the record. I think it's on the record. I don't know. Once the judges left the room, it might not be on the record, but it's debatable whether that's on the record or not. I guess we'll find out, but I'm going to get to it, okay? I'm going to get to it. So I've got to go back to my notes and make sure I'm following my notes. All right, so that's the genesis of the wrongful death being in Gildea's court. All right, it's there because O'Shea retired, and obviously because Judge Beverly Canoni appointed him. as the session judge, she pointed him to the case as the event judge. And it looks like he's sticking with this all the way through. If I were him, I would be taking a step back at this point, because what he has just done is remember what the rules are. It's the appearance of bias that is the issue. It's not that actual bias happened or there's proof actual bias happened. It's the appearance is when they're supposed to take care of their own fucking backyard. As far as ethics go, I say that very sarcastically because of the fucking lecture he just gave everybody. So, oh, he did a public comment as he left the court. Coolly. Compo, can you find that whichever media recorded it and send me a link in X DMs? Government Healy needs to make a statement. She's up for re-election and we're wondering why she's been silent about all this crap. It was the same reason Gildea just did this, didn't it? He'd do a thingy like Bradel did with Kelsey's judge. He'd do a thingy. Yep. Well, whoever gets that to me first, we'll put it up on the screen what AJ says, because I'm pretty sure AJ, as a prosecutor, already knows the fucking law as far as what Gildea just did. All right. So if you remember, the wrongful death case was stayed by O'Shea pending outcome of the criminal charges, right? So that was all put on hold. At the first hearing in front of Gildea, I'm sure that was still Gildea. I'm not sure if it was O'Shea or Gildea at this stage, but at that first, no, I'm pretty sure it was Gildea. Karen's team introduced what they planned to use for her defense in the wrongful death case. And she was talking about the egregious prosecutorial misconducts. Technically is a section 1983. So, right? But they also argued at that time that it was the same facts, no matter which of the civil cases or no matter where she's arguing it, it's the same facts. It's the same underlying facts. So Gildea said something along the lines of, the way you introduce this is improper. Do it the proper way. Which was basically, once we saw what happened the proper way, was basically him signaling to the O'Keefe lawyers, as soon as this lands on the docket, you can remove it to the federal court. He didn't say that, but that's what happened. And that's why he wanted him to do it the proper way, so he doesn't have to rule on it. They make the motion to remove it to federal court. It gets removed no matter what he says or anyone else says. It just does. That's just how that procedure works. So that's essentially what Gildea did. In that argument, Proctor was central to that argument. Proctor and Tully both were in that argument that they made to Gildea when he said, you're doing this improperly. That argument alerted Gildea on the record in his courtroom that Proctor was one of the parties. So that's how he ruled on that. You did this the wrong way, do it in the correct order, make the motion, and then obviously the House defendants removed it to the federal court. Automatic removal, that no one rules on it, it just happens. So Telstra's being a bugger this morning. Welcome to Australia, Wonder. Haven't watched it yet. Okay, so we both got one. Hang on. Let's not share private messages for starters. Okay. We'll come back. I do have a spot in my notes marked Three people sent it to me. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Here are the comments. Okay. Oh my God. Do we have to do the towel? I guess we do. Big screen. Share this tab. Oh my God. I fucked it up. Hang on. Not big screen. Now big screen. Yes, there we go. Let me make sure we got the volume on.
I think now would not be a good time for a comment, so I'm going to reserve all comment. Is that good?
What about the fact that you weren't allowed to make any case in front of the judge? What were you hoping to say?
So I'm going to reserve comment. Nice try, but I don't think we have any choice. Nice to see you guys.
Have a good 4th of July, Alan.
I can finally see what Boston looks like without snow. I didn't know. No idea. Oh wait, you're transferring. Yeah.
So the media tried to get him to say something. Doesn't look like he's got anything else to say.
To make any case in front of the judge? What were you hoping to say?
So I'm going to reserve comment. Nice try, but I don't think we have any choice. Nice to see you guys.
So, sounds like they were trying to trap him into saying something there. Bradley, I don't think the feds can come in and help because this is civil now. They couldn't come in and help. Well, they did help with the state trial, right? With the criminal, they did help. I know it doesn't feel like they should have stopped it and they didn't help that way because that separation of powers, they can't stop a state criminal trial. But they did help. That was what the whole 2,000 to 3,000 TUI pages were. What should have happened, this is the right process, is they submit their evidence that they found in their investigation to the DA's office, and the DA goes, well, holy crap, we didn't know any of that shit, we dropped the case. That's how they were trying to help the feds. And it should have, that's the way it should have done. It should have ended there, okay? That's where it should have stopped. And that should have been the feds helping, but the DA was hell-bent on doing this. So he ignored it and he took it further. That's as far as the feds can go. That's right, Michelle, baiting him, because now there is a fucking gag order on everything. So that's what they were trying to do there, trying to bait him into saying something that would go against the gag order, like straight away. Sorry, wetting my throat. So there's another reason he isn't saying anything either, because there's going to be a follow-up. I'm sure there's going to be a follow-up to this. So let's go back to notes. We can turn the volume off on that and just watch them doing and saying nothing while I go through the rest of my notes. So the wrongful death was stayed until the outcome of the criminal case. Then it was all arced back up. So in front of Gildea, Karen's team introduced, the egregious prosecutorial misconduct. And I'm going to emphasize again, naming Proctor back in fucking July 2025. Okay, that was said on his docket in his court, and even if it was O'Shea's court, it's still on that court's docket record. Under that docket. So Gildea made him go this, through the correct procedure, which caused the the O'Keefes to remove it to federal court because it raises a Section 1983 question, which is a federal court question. There's two ways it gets moved to federal court. You either have diversity of where everybody lives, and so no one state has jurisdiction over it, or it's out at sea. We've got a murder case out at sea where the feds are the jurisdiction because there is no state, or it raises a question for the federal government to answer. So those are the two reasons you get automatic removal to the federal court. Casper looks at it. That's the federal court judge now. Judge Casper looks at it and says, yes, this belongs in the federal court, and enters it on her docket. So once it was removed to the federal court, Karen can no longer include Town of Canton and MSP because they're state entities. So in order for her to put this to once Casper's got it on the docket there, she will automatically say you can't have Town of Canton and MSP included, which under Gildea's civil court docket, the state civil court, she could. So that automatically severed Town of Canton and MSP from her federal case, right? So the House defendants did all of that. Are you frozen? Or am I frozen? Oh no, it just finished. Sorry. Let's do that. Is it everything's frozen, including me, or is it just the screen? Because I just had it on the other screen. Humming the theme to Matlock. I don't even know the theme to Matlock, so I don't think I was. So Michelle's not frozen, so we're good. Okay, could be your connection, Corny. You have a terrible connection where you live, and I very much feel sorry for you, like sympathy all the way, because I did have a terrible connection myself until Starlink sorted its shit out. All right, we're good. So just remember that is the genesis of what's going on here. It got broken into 3 court cases because that's what Paul O'Keefe wanted. He's the one that removed it. Well, Gildea basically said, do it proper in a motion. So they did that. It got removed. It landed on Casper's desk. By landing on Casper's desk, Town of Canton and MSP both get severed from it because they're state entities. They're not, they don't fall under the federal legislation or jurisdiction for this. So it gets automatically split into 3 cases. Now we've got the Section 1983 / model. That's the one that Karen wanted in Gildea's court, so she didn't have to do all this fucking fleeing around between different cases. Gildea made him do it in a motion. Paul O'Keefe had his lawyer remove it to the federal court. Then in the federal court, it gets severed because the state entities can't be included in the Section 1983 suit. So now Gildea claiming that Karen Reid somehow blindsided Proctor in suddenly, out of the blue and not warning anybody, filing the Town of Canton and MSP suit separately is a load of fucking horse shit. Because it was his court. He was the one that was asked, can we bring it in here so we don't have to do all the fucking around. He knew Proctor was part of that. Proctor knew he was part of that. The O'Keefes knew that he was part of that. So this bullshit that he pulled a couple of weeks ago saying, how dare you go on media and what was it? I can't remember the term that he used, but he was basically saying blindsided Proctor by announcing this new suit against him without actually telling him first. It's like, Are you not even in your own fucking courtroom, Gildea? Because we all fucking heard it. And this brings me to another point. I absolutely firmly believe you guys need the same rule that we have here. Once you're a certain age, you cannot fucking be a public representative. That's what I was looking for. You cannot be a judge, you cannot be anything, right? Because there's a point in time where your memory goes fucking doink. Mine's one of those push pops at this point in time, and I'm not even half their fucking age. So that's what I think America needs. They definitely need a cap on the age for judges, a cap on the age for representation as public servants. All that stuff has to be. I don't believe for 1 second that he's got a bad memory and doesn't know. But just give him the benefit of the doubt, because the only other explanation is the dude's fucking too old and he's like suffering from dementia already. If he doesn't remember that it was in his own court, that's his problem. That's the court's problem, not our problem. Yet here he is having a go at Karen Reid's team, saying that she unethically blindsided Proctor. Wonder, I'm 66 and my memory went poink many years ago. It was actually funny because my daughter and I had this conversation. She said hers went poink after she had her first baby. So I think having children has a lot to do with it. You got to pack a lot more in the memory banks. So that's the history of Gildea up to the point where he's accusing Karen Reid's team of being unethical for blindsiding Proctor. She didn't blindside him. Proctor knew. Proctor's lawyers knew. The O'Keefes knew. We all knew. Everybody fucking knew that Proctor was a party to one of these suits and that they were all getting broken up like this, because that's just what happens when Gildea says, no, you can't have your defense be the same Section 1983 defense. You can take that out of my court. He made that choice, right? It was his choice to do that. I'm still trying to remember if it was him or O'Shea, but it was one of the fucking two. It was on that court's fucking record. So I wasn't judging him so harshly when he first said that. You guys know I was commenting on that in, I think, the last stream or the stream before, that I didn't necessarily feel he was trying to be unfair to one party, because he kind of came at both parties in that. But then I went back and reminded myself of the history and went, get the fuck out of here. This is on his docket. This is in his fucking courtroom. How can he say she blindsided him? That was completely unfair and uncalled for. So moving on from there, Karen hasn't lodged her Town of Canton and MSP suit yet, because the hold up there is it all hinges on Proctor. So she hasn't done it straight away for the simple fact that Rosemary Scapiccio, she's got her hands on disgraced MSP trooper Michael Proctor's personal phone extraction in the Miles King case, and she's over there arguing we should have access to this extraction. Karen and many other lawyers, that was like a fucking house full of lawyers, all sitting there in front of, which judge was that? It wasn't Dual and Corrupt. Judge Corrupt. They're all over there arguing in front of Judge Corrupt that they should have access to Proctor's phone records. And so Karen can't lodge her claims and separate them from her Section 1983 suit until she has that information, because much of her claims actually hinge on that information. If she's claiming in the Town of Canton and MSP suit that they never vetted Michael Proctor's records, or let the team down or whatever, if that's her claims, and she needs to have access to what Scapiccio is asking for access for too. So that's what held up the town of Canton and MSP. And if you're telling me Judge Gildea didn't know that shit, given that he's the one out there fucking Hawkeye in the media right now, I'm going to call bullshit on that one alone. Of course he knew that Judge Krupp in a courthouse next door, I'm sorry, I think it was different. I'm not sure if it's the same county. I mean the same township, but it's the same county where she's doing that argument and trying to get Proctor stuff. So I don't believe that he doesn't know that that's what's holding up Karen's Town of Canton and MSP suit being filed separately. But that is what's holding it up, right? Nobody's of any other opinion here that that's what's holding it up. Judge Krupp just needs to fucking rule on it and she's good to go, right? And that's what happened. She must have been busting a gut, I reckon. Hey, Wonder. And it's not, I don't believe in any sense that any of the lawyers are busting a gut to spill the beans. They definitely are busting a gut to get the go-ahead to spill the beans. But just to drop shit that they're not allowed to, I think is a different thing. It's good that she, stuck to her ethical obligations. So, thank you, Michelle. I'll have a look. Let me just squeeze over here. Melanie Little stream. She's going over a docketed case with Brian Albert and Judge Gildea, both defendants in civil lawsuit. All right. Well, that's a very good. Don't let me forget to go to it. That's a bloody good one. Let me finish this recap so we all know how full of bullshit Judge Gildea is being right now. But remind me when I'm asking what's next, because I know I'll be like, oops, what's next? So anyway, once Karen realizes, the Proctor stuff is like a deliberate Brady violation by Canoni in her criminal trial, that becomes even more powerful. Like she's got to get her hands on it even harder because it proves the malicious prosecution part of her claims as well. So Scapiccio finally gets her hands on it. Karen Reed finally gets her hands on it. They finally get to go over, millions of pages. I forget how many pages Scapiccio said it was, although she did quote it. But the town of Canton or MSP, I forget which one, I think MSP decided there's 417 texts that Karen can't have. So, of course, there's another holdup because MSP is saying you can't have, or is it 470 something texts that you can't have? And guess who's also ruling on one of those motions about the MSP? Oh, yes, Gildea. He knows they're fucking holding up half the information for her Town of Canton text because he's the one that fucking rules MSP has to give her the records. Anyway, frustration. Sorry for yelling at you in your ears. While Karen's fighting that battle in the Scapiccio court, keeps her accusing her of leaking civil documents to the public, which are documents that were released as a response to FOIA requests by Corrie Hopkins. So Corrie Hopkins gets back on. She wasn't on X for a bit, but when that happened, she was like, yeah, I'm not just watching anymore. I'm back on X now, and I am exposing these bullshitters. So, there wasn't much Gildea could do with that, but this is the not happening in a bubble situation that we're looking at right now. He already knows that the O'Keefe's lawyers are trying to say Karen's team are leaking shit. He knows that because of this situation. He can't speak out on this situation because Corrie Hopkins totally blew the lid off it. If he says anything, then it just goes straight up. Or there might have even been a motion. This was produced as FOIA a FOIA request. I can't remember if there was a motion or I just remember thinking there should be a fucking motion. But anyway, Gildea knows that, right? In the meantime, Gildea is the one that sets the dates for the depositions. He's the one that says everything's got to be done by August, right? Wants all depositions concluded by August. He wants this to go to trial. He doesn't want it to cost Karen Reid a fortune. He doesn't want it to cost the O'Keefes a fortune. That's what he's selling us in court. So he's the one that sets the dates, right? And then next minute, everyone's not doing the depositions, essentially, right? So in his little spiel today, he talks about the depositions and everybody's ethical duties with depositions. Well, you're the one who created this problem, Gildea, because you set the date that all depositions have to be concluded by August. I think it was August. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was August. So here he's created another problem for everybody because you've got people who are not abiding by his ruling that everything has to be done by August, and it ain't Karen Reid's team that's doing it. They got all their depositions booked, ready to go. It's not her team that are not responding to depositions or booking depositions. They're all sorted. We've got their list. We've had their list for a couple of weeks in who they're deposing, and in I think the judge has the dates. I'm not sure that our copy had the dates, but so yes, racing snails, we're going to cover that very, very well next. So yet he pulls this stunt, costing them all thousands. Exactly, Michelle. Exactly. He can't even stick on the fucking same track. Anyway, so let's not forget, it is Gildea's own ruling that depositions have to be done by August, all right? That Karen Reid and her team are saying these people are evading deposition, the delinquents, you call them. The last one was delinquents. The delinquents all the way through, I just loved it. The delinquents who are evading depositions was pretty funny, because I have a completely different mental concept of what a delinquent is to what it actually means in the law. Essentially in the law, it just means people who are not following the law, who think that the rules don't apply to them. But in my mind, and it could be just an Australian thing, a delinquent means a lot more. It's like it goes a little further to trailer trash and bogan and anyway, motions to compel are then filed in Gildea's court, right? Karen Reid's like, we need to compel people because they're not abiding by Gildea's own fucking ruling that we need depositions by August. And then Proctor tries to get them dismissed as a non-party. And then Gildea issues an order. He has to be deposed. But because of Gildea's fucking sitting on his hands, stupid shit, the Karen's team are booked out. They can't fucking fit him in that day. It had to be that day. He pulls it that day that his deposition's due. Then the judge puts it all off until, wasn't it 3 that afternoon? It's like, well, fuck me. How many hours are left in the day to fucking depose him now? That was Gildea's doing also. So, not Karen Reid's team's doing. And then they couldn't fit him in for any other day. So that was actually Gildea's doing again. Where are we? Proctor files for the emergency hearing on the morning of his deposition, claiming the public has access to his attachments and made phone calls to him. You know what, Proctor? You are the fucking talk of the town. Of course people know where you are and what you're doing. Of course people are taking note what buildings you're coming in and out of, stupid. Like, do you think that you fucking live in a bubble and that nobody knows what you look like? Anyway, Judge Gildea in that fucking session Damon, I think it was Damon Seligson, says to Judge Gildea, look, we need a right to respond here because he's accusing us. And Judge Gildea goes, well, he could be accusing the court for all we know. So, Michelle, aren't we all? So basically, Gildea is aware already that the public is watching Proctor's every move. And he's right. The Proctor's lawyer could have been accusing the court of leaking that information. Nobody knew either way who leaked the information. And I still don't think there's any leaked information. I still think to this day, because Gildea basically said this morning he saw a social media post, that nothing was leaked. It's just the social media post happened to be on the mark. Why? Because people are fucking watching Proctor. I mean, I saw video footage of Yuri Buchanan doing a fucking another dance at a bar the other day, singing karaoke with someone. So people are watching. I saw another video of Chris Albert crying to on someone's shoulder in the pub. So, you know, people are watching. You can't stop people from watching, Judge Gildea. Anyway, back to the timeline. all of Gildea's points that he made today up to this point all happened in his own fucking court. He has the record of it, all right? He didn't impound Proctor's medical information until Proctor submitted them to the court. So anything that was said prior to that, anything that people were looking at prior to that, anything that was said publicly prior to that, anyone who followed Proctor prior to that, he can't put rules on those. And even now, if Aidan Carney happens to be sitting outside the building where he's deposed and he walks in and out early, thanks, I'll try, Princey. It's a rant. It's a vent stream. Aidan Carney can observe anything he likes and report on anything he likes. If that happens to coincide with something that Proctor lodged as a attachment to a motion or an affidavit, that has nothing to do with Gildea. That is just the public doing what the public does, isn't it? So I know that a lot of Aidan's viewers are watching what's going on in their local area, and if they see something, they take a photo of it or they film it and they send it to him. That's where he's getting his information from. Pretty sure that's the basis for all of his information. He's said it times on his channel. None of the courts can shut that down. They're going to observe. They're going to take photos. They can no sooner shut down the locals from observing than they can shut down the reporters from following Michael Proctor around in circles waiting for him to fucking do something that they can report on. So Gildea rules Proctor's medical information and witness statement don't rise to the level of not following his own orders. So who was it that told the public what was actually in those affidavits? Oh yeah, Gildea. How do we know what was in those two attachments to his affidavit? Gildea ruled on it himself and said that the medical information doesn't rise to that level, and his witness statement wasn't by somebody who was credible. That's basically what he said. He's the one that told us all what was in Proctor's two attachments. So who's that fall back to? Oh yeah, Gildea again. So the motion to compel Colin Albert comes along 2 days before his deposition. Colin's attorney says Colin joined the army and won't be available until the fall. Gildea rules on Colin that Colin has to be deposed. However, his own deadline has attorneys booked up solid, so they don't know where to fit Colin in. So whose fault is that? Oh yeah, Gildea's. Yeah, exactly. Princey. Stay the fuck home if you don't want people to see what you're fucking doing. So yeah, all the way through, everything fucking Gildea said in court this morning was all his knowledge, his doing. He was the one that told us what was in those sealed documents. He's the one that did it all. He's the one that makes the fucking, as he said today in his little fucking spiel, he's the one who makes the fucking deadlines. He's the one everyone's got to fucking follow the court orders of. So he's the one that's driving the train. It's not anybody else driving the train. It's the fucking plaintiffs in both of those cases who are trying to fucking derail the train and somehow have Gildea fucking eating out of their hands. He's playing us exactly older than dirt. He claims his rules are set in stone and then grants a delay and then lets everybody get away with shit. Exactly. So you're probably sick of looking at my face. Let me get something else on the screen. That was my fucking here's how we got here summary. How long did it take me to summarize it? An hour to get here's how we got here. So we know this is not happening in a bubble. That was the point of going through the history of all of this. A, it's not happening in a bubble, and B, there's no fucking blindsiding. There's nothing different happening in this fucking civil suit, 2 civil suits, because now Gildea has been assigned the defamation case as well. And so my thing is, pull the fucking plug then. It was basically what he threatened today. If you don't all behave, I'm going to pull the plug. Well, nobody fucking cares. Pull the plug. Pull the plug on the O'Keefe's wrongful death. Pull the plug on the defamation, because that's all you can pull the plug on, because that's all you are presiding over. So pull the plug. Don't just stand there and fucking say it. Pull the fucking plug. There's shenanigans. You noted. Pull the fucking plug. So it is. Thank you. I'm just going to put that on the screen. I've been putting comments up, but that one deserves to stay on the screen. Yes, Gildea. Whatever the fuck face instead. Jesus. Look, I'm swearing. I've been swearing since in the YouTube has a rule that if you swear in the first like X amount of minutes, you won't get monetized. I opened with the word F, so don't worry about it. It's done now. So yeah, this is all this all comes back to we don't need to be a fly on the wall now in the lunchroom at that courthouse to know that Gildea and fucking Bev are sitting there having a good old chinwag about this whole fucking thing. Let's pull up. Well, first of all, before we get to that, let me just go. There is actually I don't know. Let me just make sure that this is the one first. Let me try and find it first. Okay, procedural due process requires notice and opportunity to be heard. I think it comes from this doctrine. I could be wrong, but let me just look it up just to make sure it is this doctrine. Landmark decision of the Supreme Court of the United States that held that individuals have a statutory granted property right in Social Security benefits. That's not it. All right, I'm looking. I've got the wrong one. Good thing I looked it up first, hey? I'll find it for you in a second. Sorry, I didn't have my notes together on this. I was too angry. It's the Fifth Amendment. The Fifth and the 14th Amendments. I knew that. I'm just looking for the Supreme Court rulings, the landmark cases. All right, let's look this one up. Clarified that notice must be. Oh, it is actually Matthews versus Eldridge. So in that property dispute thing, they actually did rule on part of that. So reinforce that the individual must be provided with notice and an opportunity to be heard. So that's, I can't even say that, Snyder versus Family Finance Corp, 1969. All right, so there's well-established landmark cases, all right, which is why you heard AJ speak up. The judge just got up and walked out. He didn't give them the right to be heard on what he just finished saying. And I'm absolutely sure AJ, out of everybody, had a whole fucking list of what's happened in Gildea's court. I'm sure he already had this. He told them be ready July the 1st, and I know he was ready. Because he used to be a prosecutor. He knows the fucking rules. That's right. It's a fucking circus. And they are the ones forgetting that it's about John, right? So yeah, there are landmark cases. There's 5 that I can see right here. Landmark cases that they actually do have a right to be heard, an opportunity, notice and opportunity to be heard. So the notice was come to court, which he did, but then he got up and walked out and he gave them no opportunity to be heard. So he will probably argue something along the lines of, I let yous all submit the we didn't do it fucking affidavits under penalties of perjury, and that's it. That was you got heard part. I don't know if that's going to hold up, but anyway. So yeah, that's where I was going with when I started. What did Gildea just do? He just actually, under due process, got up and walked out and did not allow them their 5th and 14th Amendment rights to the opportunity to be heard. So I feel like we're going to maybe see some interlocutory appeals happening with Judge Gildea. I don't know that this is one of them. Can't predict it. But I feel like if he keeps doing what he's doing, then yes, that's probably going to be on the cards at some stage. It depends how far he wants to go doing stupid shit like this. So do I think that this judge is being trying to be fair to both parties anymore? No. Let me get this one up. Oh, sorry, I went to the wrong spot. Let's get to this one up that Michelle just sent me. Is this live right now? Because I don't want to put something up that's live right now. I think it's just a screenshot. It's a screenshot, right? So I don't want to drag anyone's crowd away from watching them by showing their stream. Let's share this tab. That girl, for those who don't know, I think she's a mod on Will's channel. While watching Melanie Little stream, she's going over a docketed case with Brian Albert and Judge Gildea, both defendants. Gildea's a defendant? Wait. Could that be a conflict? Judge Krupp is also a defendant, along with Rachel Rollins and Carl Dougal. Okay, wait a second. I remember the Spiriello thing vaguely. Oh, I'm not showing you. Hang on, wait a second. I did the wrong thing. Sorry, guys. I'll start it again. He had a gun to his head and did not enjoy or believe what he said. You're talking about Gildea? Here we go.
Show one time or something. I don't remember. So Nicholas Fiorello, Tracy Fiorello. These are all the defendants in this case. He was on. But he's a defendant, not the plaintiff. So the plaintiff is Raymond Green. I don't know who that is. Raymond C. Green, Inc., as trustee of the Raymond C. Green Trust, okay? The defendants are Nicholas Fiorello, Tracy Fiorello, Oceans Vacations Realty Trust, all of these other companies. I don't even know what the basis for this lawsuit is, but I thought it was interesting that as we go down, we're going to find that Brian Albert is a defendant in here. Let's keep going. You can look this up in the system if you want. Here's the docket number. 2484 CV01447. It's in Suffolk Superior Civil Court. But as we go deeper into who the defendants are, there are some names that you might know. Rachel Rollins, Brian Albert, and there, Carl Dougal. He was in court every single day for Karen Reed's case until he got kicked out for allegedly shoving her in the hallway. Also, I think was a friend of John O'Keefe's, or maybe even his partner. Peter Krupp, Judge Krupp. Michael Raschuti, that name sounds familiar. Is he the chief judge? That name sounds familiar. Judge Gildea, also a defendant. So Judge Gildea is a co-defendant in a case with Judge Krupp and Brian Albert and Carl Dougal. Could that be a conflict? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what this lawsuit is about. I'm sure that somebody who has the time will dig deep into this.
Wow. Sorry, muted. Wow. He's a defendant, a co-defendant. All right. Let's get some information up on this. Is there anything else shared on X about this yet? Let me just get a let me just get some information up so we can suss it out. Oh, I let it sleep too long. Come on, help me out here. Someone into me. If they're all asleep. Oh, they're all asleep. Okay, let's do it this way. My AIs are all asleep. I need them to go find fucking shit for me. Brian Albert, correct. You heard that right. Fiorillo was on with McDonough back in the day. Yeah, that's where I heard it, 3 o'clock, Monty. Everyone thought he was crazy. Well, he was crazy. He's even saying that we're all part of the FBI or the CIA. He was fucking nuts. That's why I didn't take any notice of it. It is a clear conflict of interest. The AIs, all 3 AIs are telling me this is absolutely a clear conflict of interest. It's your fucking job. You're supposed to tell me which case. Don't fucking ask me. 2484. 2484. CV01. 447. In which county did she say it was? Okay. Let's see what we can find. We need the case title. I think that's the case title there, isn't it? Raymond C. Green, Inc. As trustee of oh, hang on. Trustee is a different type of court, isn't it? Of the Raymond C. Green Trust. Yep. Versus Fiorella. Okay. Nope. Let's do it this way. Sorry, guys. Hold, please, as Melanie would say. Get your shit together, Aussie. If I'd have known about it beforehand, I'd have had it all ready for you guys. But just hold. Court listener. Pacer is paid. I forget which one. One of them's free. I remember the other day, BJ told us which one is the freebie. I can't remember which one it is. Case information on Pacer. You think that one? View it on Pacer. Fucking hell. Buy it on Pacer. Oh, come on. Get free access. In this. Nicholas Fiorello is hereby enjoined from removing any cases United States District Court of Massachusetts, November 10, 2022. It's a notice of removal to federal court. That's why it's hard to find. It's on a federal court docket now. Interesting. And that's why Melanie's not looking it up. Interesting. I'm going to say that yes, it's a disqualification. It's a reasonable disqualification. It's not even potential bias. Don't fuck with me. It's blatant bias. Okay. I'm going to have to agree with Melanie because she's a lawyer. And she knows what they're actually talking about. Corey just commented she think Gildea cited the wrong docket or something about today's case. Oh. Ha. Given the fuck ups with this judge, I am fucking not going to be surprised. Thank you, Corny and Michelle, for chasing all this up for me. Corey Hopkins says, share this tab. I'm 99% sure that the judge mixed up docket 1112, not available to the public, the subject of the court's order on this hearing, with docket 116 filed publicly at 2:22 and posted at 2:52, still available right now this whole time. Let's just see if anyone's got any links on it. Tell us more, Corey. What an atrocious waste of court's time. Come on, Corey. Where is it? All right. Docket 116. We need to find Diddy. Do we need to find Diddy stuff? All right. Let's go. Let me go find Diddy for you first. She's always got the dockets. She's always got the goods. Share Diddy instead. All right. Modders are posting in the O'Keefe versus Reed et al. Matter today. Judge Gildea stated that an ex post was posted 30 minutes on PM EDT on the 8th of the 6th. You guys read it backwards. So after the two exhibits that were attached to Proctor's motion was impounded, and all I can find is Grant Ellis Smith's post at the indicated time, and all the towel was, yeah, I know, it was just what he said in court. It was what Gildea said himself. In my estimation, this was much ado about nothing. Yeah, we said that. We knew it was going to be. So all Proctor has to do is create an X account, leak his own impounded shit, call the court clerk, and Gildea says, contempt, sanctions, dismissal. Hell and damnation on you all. So I had a little back and forth yesterday with Judge Carol Erskine, because she seems to think that, well, he did the right thing. He pulled the plug on, shit that's going on. And I'm like, yeah, no, but you're not following the case. You need to follow the case to understand what we're all bitching about. Are you guys aware Sully came forward? Yes, we are older than dirt. We can go through that today. Corey just commented, yes, thank you, Michelle. I got that. Corey has said some very concerning things. She's worried like us. Yes, she is concerned. I do follow Corey. I'm trying to help just secretly between us with wording things in their FOIA requests so they can't weasel out of it, but I don't know that I'm actually helping. I'm trying. I'm not a lawyer, so. Alan Jackson reads, attorney not happy the judge did not give lawyers an opportunity to be heard. O'Keefe versus Reed hearing. It's at Boston Boston CBS. Certification in response to the court order all came through. Relative to order of impoundment. That's a different thing again. Karen reads motion to compel. I'm not seeing docket 116. Let me see. Paper 116. Karen Reed. Let's see if anyone has posted 116. Yeah, look, this is weeks ago. Attorney Jackson getting some free publicity as well. It's none of your fucking business. He's allowed to. Yes, Melanie's level of outrage always matches mine. My video explaining what just happened in the Karen Reed case will premiere at 7 p.m. tonight. I'm paying my editor extra to crank it out ASAP because it's going to be like midnight in Paris when he finishes working. Bring it, Larry, bring it. Yeah, I don't know what docket 116 is, so I don't know what. Here we go. All right, let's have a look. Motion to provisionally impound additional materials submitted in support of motion for protective order. Non-party proctor hereby moves to provisionally impound Exhibit A and Exhibit B. Medical documentation. For the purpose of brevity, proctor will not restate the history of this dispute. This was June 8th. Yeah, and then paper 1112 was the judge's order, wasn't it? To impound it for 30 years. That's what I recall. Let me just have a look in my little cache. One of these, I'm sure. Yeah, that's what it is. Paper 1112 is actually the order. Motion to impound after. Oh, let me share the screen so you can see what I'm looking at. So there's two, the docket to impound, and then I guess more. I don't know how the fucking dockets work. I'm not a lawyer. Here, see, paper 1112. Other action taken after hearing and having balanced the rights of the parties and the non-parties deponent. So then 1112 to 116 is the back and forth between them about impounding it and arguing whether or not he was. So I don't know that we saw 116 or 1112. But that's how they're related to each other. So 30-year seal, yeah, that one. That's what I'm looking at. So, but I mean, I got all the things up here. We can go through them. What was this one? It starts here. So he says reasonable inference. He has no proof. He just has a reasonable inference that something someone posted kind of matched up with something that Proctor said about his own medical condition. You know, we're allowed to fucking guess. And if we guess right, that's not a fucking infringement, right? Right, and here's the thing. Here's the thing about it, right? Wasn't it Proctor who sent text messages about Karen's private body parts and medical issues to his friends and family? Like, why are we having a fucking conniption fit over something he's already done himself? Sorry, still wetting my throat again. So, I believe Jackson's appearance would not have been free. I don't know. It could have been Jacinta. I mean, he has donated a lot of time to Karen's case, so he's very invested in bringing justice to not just Officer John O'Keefe, but the whole county is all fucked up. All different directions fucked up. The whole county. Like we've got stuff going on. What's the other county where Kelsey's is? There's stuff going on over there that just it just gets worse. Not just in Kelsey's case either. Those two cops that like were sitting in a bar, and one like raised his hand to the other one as he was coming at him, and then the other one just fucking king hit him and knocked him clean out. I don't know if you guys have seen that. So apparently there's no automatic assault charges. I'm pretty sure that this is under which DA is it? I don't even know which DA. I'll have to look it all up again. But I was just mad that the media is out there going, oh, this bar brawl. It's like, no, that was not a bar brawl. That was a fucking KO. There was no brawl in that. Maybe they had a verbal argument, but there was no brawl. It was a fucking KO. And he just kept wailing on the guy who was already unconscious. Now, the cop that he wailed on doesn't want to get involved. He's like, yeah, no, leave it alone. Maybe, you know, he did something previously or something. I don't know. But it's kind of smelling like a thin blue wall. I'm too scared to stand up for myself. Kind of, I don't want to get involved or press charges. So Proctor's medical status is known to his inner circle and people who see him walk into the facility. It's not only known to the court. That is my point exactly, Corny. Michelle, you and me both, love. We don't need to see it. Nobody cares about his mental health. The fact that look, this is all that we care about, right? That his mental health is suffering because he covered up the death of a fellow police officer. Yes, his mental health should be suffering. We are clearly seeing that it is suffering, and that's all we need to know. You know, the dude obviously has some sort of conscience about what he fucking did. Otherwise, why would his mental health be suffering? He can point fingers all he likes at everybody else, But he's the one who broke the tail light and spread it all over the Albert's lawn. So take some responsibility, dude. But all we care about, we don't care what facility, what your fucking mental health issues are as a result of it. All we care is that you have a conscience. That's all the public cares about. Now, I don't speak for Aidan Carney, obviously, because he has a whole different perspective. You know, Proctor and Tully came after him, and now he's facing, you know, his own problems because of what they did to him. So he probably has more of a personal perspective as to how he sees Proctor's mental health. But me personally, I don't fucking care. As long as he's got a conscience, which he clearly does, or he wouldn't be having mental health issues. The bar, I think, Swampy, the bar cop assaulter has been ID'd publicly. They are going to have to fire him and prosecute him. Well, I hope so. I can't see why the assaulted person should have to be the one to bring to say, yeah, I want him charged. It should be just automatic. It's on fucking film what happened. Why is Gildea claiming people are getting harassing phone calls yet no one has given proof? This is my point. This is the little sort of back and forth that I had with Carol Erskine yesterday, is that he's not doing this because he's got proof of anything. He hears a rumor and he brings it into the courtroom. This is what Beverly Cannoni was doing. You know, the things that Karen's team had evidence of, she wrote off as rumor. There's no basis for it. It's just rumor. But then the things that were rumor, she fucking has grave concerns about. It's all fucking backwards with these two. Proctor is suffering because he got caught. He doesn't give a damn about Officer John O'Keefe. I agree with you there, Swampy. I agree entirely. But totally. But I'm actually surprised that he has a conscience. I don't know about you guys, but I am surprised he has a conscience. The fact that he is suffering tends to indicate he does have one. His mental health has declined. He obviously has one. He's obviously rethinking, why did I get involved in this in the first place, when he probably shouldn't have. So well, that could just be from consequence, not a conscience. You could be right. The having to face the consequences could be the decline of his mental health. I lost my job. I haven't got a family anymore. I don't even know if that's true, by the way. Speculation warning. So you could be right there, Connie. You could be right. Bottom line, Proctor, Good, Tully, and the others all involved did not do their jobs. And, you know, even if that's the decline of the mental health, that's the reason, because they didn't do their jobs and the public are pointing this out and trying to hold them accountable. That may well be a reason for them to have fucking mental health issues. If they cannot be responsible for their own consequences, then that might be the decline of their mental health. So Swampy says the judge's hearing today was a huge waste of other people's money. It wasn't it just nothing more. He's just a bureaucrat. That's all he proved today, wasn't it? His conscience is all about losing his job. Exactly. I'm not sure he has a conscience. I think it is more that he has been publicly humiliated and now labelled the pariah. Yes, see, that might actually hit the nail on the head there. You could be right, Grifter. He is, in my opinion, only suffering because of his losses, not the suffering of others. I think you're all hitting the nail on the head. You're all getting to the point. The thing that I'm trying to say though is that we're not interested in the details of his mental health, right? The fact that he's suffering, yep, good. He deserves to suffer. He needs to be held accountable. He needs to be held responsible. That's fine. But the fact that he's suffering for it, that's all we need to know. We don't need to know how he's suffering, what he's telling his mental health provider, which mental health provider he's seeing, where he's seeing. We don't need that shit. But I do separate myself from Aidan Carney in saying that, because he might actually be interested in those details because he has a bone to pick. I don't have a I don't have a dog in the fight. I have, basically, he should be suffering because what he did was wrong. We see he's admitting to mental health struggles. We need to know. And here's the other thing. We all went looking. There is not a single one of us who go out there, trolling the internet looking for information, who have our OSINT practices or whatever, even just, power of FOIA. None of us found anything from his doctor. None of us. Out of all the trolling we did trying to find shit, there was literally nothing out there to justify what Gildea just did. There was nothing. There's a few comments, Grant Ellis Smith and Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy literally says, my own sources, i.e. people on the street watching fucking Proctor. Inbox on X. Thank you. We'll do that. Oh, great. I'm buffering again. Don't, Connie. His texts were demented. Mental health issues. Yes, that's exactly right. If we didn't know he had mental health issues before those texts in Karen's case came out, we did then. The filthiness of Proctor's and Goods Communications, understatement of the year, proves that their entire cop culture was infested with mental health issues. Sorry, put words in your mouth there, Swampy, but the mentality, I agree. It's proof of corruption. For those who don't know, Swampy's a lawyer, so good to have a lawyer in the house. Hey, so while we got you here, let me just ask you this. If Gildea is a co-defendant in a different case from 2022 with Brian Albert, is that a clear cut, what's the word I'm looking for? It just fell out of my head. Is that a clear cut conflict of interest? I don't know why that popped out of my brain. But it took me long enough to get there that I think Swampy would have already heard it and already got an answer for me. Proctor's mental health issues were made up. The judge himself said that the excuses presented were not legally sufficient. That's how we all found out, by the way, because the judge himself said it. They were not signed by an MD. Thank you. Tell me, is there a conflict of interest with Gildea being on the defamation and wrongful death cases when he was actually a co-defendant with Brian Albert in another case? Yes. You joined us a little late. You want to see it? But I want to know what the legal thing is. Let me show you. Share. Have I still got it shared? Nope. Let's replace it. Oh my god. Come on. Hang on. I need to yeah. It's the screen. Shuttle the others so I can fucking find it. Hang on. Got too many tabs open. I can't actually determine which one it is. Here you go, Swampy. Let me show you. That one. There's the docket number. There's the docket name. And there's Mark Gildea as a defendant. And do you want us to play it through again so you can see that it is actually Brian Albert on here? I'll just play it from the start. It's just a couple of minutes.
Show one time or something. I don't remember. So Nicholas Fiorello, Tracy Fiorello. These are all the defendants in this case. He was on, but he's a defendant, not the plaintiff. So the plaintiff is Raymond Green. I don't know who that is. Raymond C. Green, Inc., as trustee of the Raymond C. Green Trust, okay? The defendants are Nicholas Fiorello, Tracy Fiorello, Oceans Vacations Realty Trust, all of these other companies. I don't even know what the basis for this lawsuit is, but I thought it was interesting that as we go down, we're going to find that Brian Albert is a defendant in here. Let's keep going. You can look this up in the system if you want. Here's the docket number.
I can't make it bigger for you either.
2484 CV01447. It's in Suffolk Superior Civil Court. But as we go deeper into who the defendants are, there are some names that you might know. Rachel Rollins, Brian Albert.
Data Bob in the house.
And there, Carl Dougal. He was in court every single day for Karen Reed's case until he got kicked out for allegedly shoving her in the hallway. Also, I think was a friend of John O'Keefe's, or maybe even his partner.
So how is Gildea on the same, a co-defendant with all
Peter
these
Krupp,
people?
Judge Krupp. Michael Raschuti, that name sounds familiar. Is he the chief judge? That name sounds familiar. Judge Gildea, also a defendant. So Judge Gildea is a co-defendant in a case with Judge Krupp and Brian Albert and Carl Dougal.
Is that enough? Do you get it?
Could that be a conflict? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what this lawsuit is about.
She's right. We can't work out what the sausage is about because it got removed to, I think, federal court, and so it's not public. What is public is locked behind paywalls, and I'm not prepared to pay for it to find out that it's still not what we're after. Google the Matlock theme. I actually remember the Matlock show. I just don't remember I never watched it enough for the theme to pop into my head and go, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. So what do you reckon, Swampy? This is a 2022 case. Well, actually, it was 2022 when the one document that I could actually pull up. I'm looking at here. Let me stick this one on the screen. This one's got 2023 on it. So, case file sent, copy mailed, order on motion for recusal, order of remand to state court, recusal, notice of reassignment, order, case file sent, main document, order of remand to state court, main document, reassign case, certified copy of notice of removal, temporary restraining order, and main document, notice of removal. So, I mean, this is just on the Raymond C. Green versus Fiorillo. And I think it's Nicholas Fiorillo. Do you have enough? Yes, as Melanie Little says, they will have to look into what it was about. is public even in federal court. Someone will put it up very soon. Be certain. This is what I'm saying, Swampy, about Judge Gildea saying, "Oh, this stuff's public. We can't find it." The Michael Proctor documents are not public. He's claiming they are, but we can't find it, and it's not going to stay hidden for long if it's out there. So what the fuck is he talking about if we can't find it? I have a Pacer account, but I too refuse to pay. Exactly. Looks like some kind of real estate case, maybe vacation property, and it could be that all board members were named as defendants. If so, it is unlikely that would disqualify him. Thank you. And I think it is a real estate case because it says on Melanie's document that she pulled up, it says trustee of the Raymond C. Green Trust. So they will get to the bottom of it. There you go. All right. Thank you for answering that question. If it's just a real estate dispute, then I see where you're coming from. Let's go back here. What were we looking for over here? I forget now. Meet MSP Trooper Christopher Reagan, whose sources tell me brutally assaulted a fellow trooper. Oh, this is the Quincy bar brawl, quote unquote. All right, let me put it up so you can see it. Share this tab. We don't need the sound, but there it is. See, he walks up to him and this fucking snots him, knockout, and continues to until people step in. So there you go. All right. Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Oh, I did it again. All right. Sorry, guys. Go back. Mute. Here you go. I apologize for not sharing the right spot. So the news is, hang on. The name is out. Hang on. Hang on. Let me find it again. Thank you, Michelle, for that post, by the way. Right. His name is Trooper Christopher Reagan, whose sources tell me brutally assaulted a fellow trooper at a bar in Quincy this past weekend. I will not name the other trooper at this time as he is clearly a victim of assault. I'm told Reagan was transferred to the Southie barracks before being relieved of duty pending a full duty status hearing. Relieved of duty. Sorry, coffee. Does nothing actually rise to instant dismissal in the freaking Massachusetts state police? If he is suspended following his duty status hearing, post will release a suspension order. MSP has no legitimate reason to keep his name hidden, even with Quincy PD supposedly investigating. Hey, why are they investigating? He's one of theirs, isn't he? This happened in public, in front of people and on camera. I totally agree. The Herald stated they confirmed the names but declined to release them. Why? because they're cop protectors. Interesting. Apparently so, Boda Bob. Apparently so. So there you go. What is Swampy telling us? The cop's name is Christopher Prince. Christopher Reagan we have here. Indeed, Corny. Indeed, seems to be a pattern. All right. As I keep saying, my state police, this is not going to stop. The public is fed up. Your own employees are fed up. The whistleblowers are happily revealing all the skeletons. In 2023, Reagan raked in $227,000. That was his income. 81K of that was from overtime. 94K came from other pay. 88 of that other pay was from details. Sorry, I read details as in we're not telling you, it's just details. But I think she means details as in police details. If whole MSP is a bunch of thugs, yeah, I agree. They can't afford to just start freely firing them. They'll be without employees. I was thinking that the other day. Imagine the cleanup. They would have to probably replace half the police force because the people at the top who have been doing the hiring have been getting away with this shit for years. So it would be at least half the police force. I'm not saying all of them are bad guys, but if you're going to weed out the bad guys, I'm going to say it's probably not a small number. $277,000. I know. That's a lot of money. $277,000 for a cop. It is a lot of money. Like, I don't even know anyone on that sort of fucking income in Australia. Certainly cops aren't. Like their normal mentality, Carol. I agree. We had a PA state trooper killed on the highway today. Tractor trailer. 18-wheeler waffled him. Waffled him, eh? PA is Pennsylvania, right? And I'm not totally up with your state abbreviations. You're probably not up with ours either, but I think that's Pennsylvania. I forget where you are. I thought you were overseas, Bob. Or am I mixing you up with someone else? Okay, moving down. There's no way he's avoiding criminal charges. He hit that kid like 6 or 7 times on camera after he was knocked out. Joey Bag of Donuts. And what's this bloody retard telling us? I'm so tired of the retards and their stupid comments. Oh, someone says, I went to college with Chris and played football with him for 2 years. We were a few years behind. Paul O and Brian Tully. Paul O'Keefe and Brian Tully. All right, so since we're on that, let's get to James Sullivan's posts. Hang on. Carol Erskine, Judge Carol Erskine, she is Massachusetts, a retired judge. Today's hearing regarding alleged leaks in the O'Keefe Reed case left me with more questions than answers. You too, Judge. If the purpose was to identify the source of leaked information, it's difficult to see just how that objective was advanced when the attorneys were called into court but not permitted to respond to be heard. Judge Erskine rules. She was defending him yesterday a little bit, so thank you, Carol. Courts have every right and an obligation to protect the integrity of judicial proceedings, but effective investigations typically gather facts. That's exactly what I argued with her yesterday, and I love ya, Judge Carol Erskine. I love ya. For those who haven't seen her speak on these matters, she talks on Bob and Ali's channel, Defense Diaries, sometimes. So she's very heavily involved in children's cases, especially where the state takes custody of the children and lets them down. That's her thing. But she talks about other things, and I'm pretty sure she had some stuff to say about Beverly Canoni along the way as well. So she says, but effectively, investigations typically gather facts, hear from witnesses, and create a record rather than holding a hearing to issue a public reprimand, which risks creating a spectacle. As a former trial judge, I would have preferred to see a process focused on discovering what happened rather than a proceeding that appeared to uncover no new information. The ultimate question is simple. What facts did the court learn today that it did not know yesterday? Oof. Thank you, Judge Carol Erskine. Swampy says, because none of the attorneys admitted releasing the info, Gildea refused to let any of them speak. It was a bad move on his part. So there you go. There's a lawyer agreeing with the judge. RC Oz says, this is so stressful. I don't know how the lawyers keep their heads clear and manage their stress levels. Me either. It's over my head. I'd be losing it. Shout out to Brenda, who's been attending Canton's council meetings, trying to fight against corruption in Norfolk County. Thank you, Auden and Dirt. I agree. TB said as someone gave him info on where Proctor was. TB didn't know if that is true. That's true, Kathleen. And I don't even hold nothing against TB. He's got a grudge with Proctor, and it's well-deserved grudge. However he goes about getting his information is fine by me. As long as it's not directly from Karen's team. And I don't think it is. Sorry, doing it in your ears. I need to wet my throat and not cough in your ears. I apologize. What was it? What did I go looking for? Oh, I know, James Sullivan. Kyle Sharkey's thinking the same thing that I am, that it's a hatred for Carney that Gildea's complaining about, not necessarily Tell. Big Old Dog says, wrap your head around this. Judge Gildea is blowing over $100,000 of other people's money, 32 lawyers at $1,000 an hour for 3 hours each, forcing them up and down Main Road to Cape Cod during July 4th week on the hottest day of the year over an inference. I agree. Where was the curiosity to find out the leaker who leaked Brian Albert and Higgins leaked to Brian Albert and Higgins that a preservation order was coming for their phones? I agree. Microdots. Okay. They're sign up. Well, get the fuck over it. You wanted them to appear by Zoom, so they're in their office. Oh my god, this is so he's so petty, this judge. Now I think Beverly Canoni's hair on him. That's pretty funny. I think Boozy Betty was actually in the courtroom. Yes, I was in the courtroom from start to finish. And tonight I want to talk about everything that wasn't captured on camera. Oh, tell us more. Oh, she's going to do it on stream. Go watch Boozy Beauty's channel to hear what happened behind the scenes. Unverified reports of Bill Goldberg asking for direction to Gildea's courtroom from brother counsel. Judge Gildea never heard of Thomas Paine. Okay, where are we? 252 locations where the time 252 may include UK, Portugal, Senegal, Ghana, Mali, and I don't know how to say that, Mauritiana. More proof that Americans reject socialism. Hang on, getting into political posts now. All right, I wanted to see all right, let's do it this way. James Sullivan. Which one is it? This one. Here we go. Sweet dreams, Proctor. AJ's coming for you. All right, so I guess where do we start with his posts? Like, I guess the first one that came out was it's right back here. I'm going to scroll back up to all these posts that we are glossing over right now, but just give me one sec. 21, he kept me close. It was just before that. Yeah. He's got some dirt. Karen loosened the machinery around me so I could speak. I don't think he means she was stopping him from talking. I think that she jogged the machinery a little looser so that he was able to speak through her own her own court hearings and stuff. So God helped keep me quiet. God kept me quiet so I could look and listen. I will help her dismantle the machine so it can never operate again, and we'll get justice for John O'Keefe. So that's who we're talking about, if you remember in the bar. That's who this guy is. So I think it kind of started around here, right? I think it started around here. Adam Lally mailed me a summons on March 27, 2024 via regular mail to appear at the courthouse on April 16, 2024, day one of jury selection. I showed up and provided my contact info. They could have spoken to me before the trial started, yet they waited until day 2. Why? So what was he being asked to be there for? Let's get to that because I think it's here. Prep with Lally. Present, Adam Lally, Brian Tully, Laura McLaughlin, and myself. Fact, I verbally denied making that statement in the presence of all three. I was then reminded I was sequestered and went on my way. They never called me to testify. They never turned that info over to the defense and then went on to prosecute her twice. I can confirm that Lally took notes. And so what he's talking about was this report written by, I think this is Proctor, Tully, to Tully from Proctor. And it says here, James described Karen as being toasted and she was consuming mixed drinks. And he says he denies saying that she was toasted. He, in fact, says they all seemed happy and normal. So then he reaches out to Jackson and says, I'm sorry about what's going on. Procter and Buchanan interviewed me at my office in May of 2022. Not sure the exact date. It wasn't very long, 30 minutes, and I knew very little about the case at that time, but I described John and Karen that night as happy and Karen as nice and witty. I told them I'd just met her that night, so I didn't really know much about her. They asked if I bought drinks. They said they had receipts, blah, blah, blah. They asked if Karen looked intoxicated, and I told them she looked fine to me. I never received a copy of my witness statement, but I didn't pursue it at that time because I assumed I would testify. After they failed to call me, I understood I couldn't request a copy during the trials. So I waited and just recently submitted the request. And I think this is his request. Pursuant to, this is actually Corey's request. Pursuant to public records law, please produce a copy of all handwritten notes. That was her request for handwritten notes. And it didn't even get shown then in her email. I requested my witness statement from the MSP on the 28th of the 9th, waited 10 business days, then appealed to the supervisor of records. The supervisor of records directed the MSP to provide a response within 10 days, but I'm sure I won't get it. I will wait the 10 days through, and if there is no response, I will follow up and then take the next steps. I do have reasons to believe it may contain direct statements, and I can elaborate more on that if you want. This is back to his letter to Alan Jackson. I look forward to hearing from you if you don't think I offer anything, or if you think I offer anything. And please tell Karen I am with her, and I thank God for sending you to defend her. Still, and if I can assist you on, so he's trying to do the right thing. People were having a go at him for not coming out sooner, but he couldn't because he was sequestered. Commonwealth's notice of discovery evidence they plan on using at trial. Yeah, he's listed in this evidence list somewhere. That's the reason he couldn't come out and say it, because he was sequestered. So now let's go. Got an issue with he's still fighting for records too, by the way. Yeah, and I agree with him. If he had nothing to offer, then why are so many people trying to silence him? This one here I thought was interesting. So he's actually watching them all of the questionable cops in this little motorcade. I think they are escorting a LLWS motorcade. Sergeant Sean Good is in one of the cruisers. Lieutenant Edward Lahine is in the other one. Nee, you guys are great for doing this. Good. You know what else we're great at? Me. What's that? Covering up murders. Huh. I'm not saying you guys had anything to do with it, but you have to admit it's fucked up. 3 nights later, while waiting for the first game to start, I get a text. It's a picture of me and Karen from CF McCarthy's, and it reads, "This man's name is James Sullivan. He is a known philanderer with 5 children." Why, just because he's at a bar with Karen and John? He just got through a messy divorce and was seen hitting on Karen Reed the weekend before at a baseball game. Well, you just contradicted yourself, text sender. if he's married and he's hitting on Karen, that's one thing. But you're telling us he's divorced and he's hitting on women? He's allowed to. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. Anyway, I'm not saying any of that happened. I'm just saying there's a bit of contradictory bullshit in that whole fucking text that he got. It's a trademark, Albert. It is a trademark, Albert. It's a sexualized insult. Exactly. Trademark, McAlberts. Totally agree with Goat Boy there. So, and I just, on the topic of Goat Boy, he's a very good reason why people don't just come forward when they do actually know shit. He's been harassed to no end because he did come forward and say shit. So just note that he's one of the brave ones, and they've gone after his job. He works at, I don't know, some education department job. So they went after his job and all this sort of stuff as well. So he's the first person who can speak on why people won't come forward. So they go after everything. Let me come back to the comments now. And see what you've been saying while I wasn't watching. Seems like their normal mentality. Yes. You were doing pretty damn good with US geography. Thank you, Swampy. Shout out to Brenda. We got that one. This story is about two egos butting heads. Indeed, it is. You're talking about the two cops. This is so stressful. I don't know how the lawyers kept the heads. I agree. I think it might have gone too far back. Okay, so because none of the attorneys admitted releasing the info, Gildea refused to let any of them speak. Yep, we got there. I'm pretty sure that what TB said, I think we're up to here. Is what set the judge off, and TB said he was told by someone who knew what was going on, allegedly in Florida. Others say Proctor's wife let it out ahead of time. Did they break up? Is that why people are assuming that she's got a bee in a bonnet? If he's going through a messy divorce, then it probably is her. And I do say speculation, warning. If he is going through some sort of messy divorce, you know how those go. If she's got information and leaks it, we have PTSD from Bev. It's called BTSD. It's Bev traumatic stress disorder. Or he is Bev and we're totally screwed. So yes, into the Sully news. Did I cover enough? So you believe TB had the info and the papers were filed? I think TB had info, but not from papers being filed. I think, like most people with an audience of over 100,000 people, everybody gets tipped from their audience. They're locals, they live in Florida, they live wherever, they see Proctor going into a mental health service facility, and they put the two and two together. They kept him under wraps. Indeed, they did. And you know what? It looks like they put him on the witness list to shut him up, just like they tried to put TB on the witness list to shut him up. Wetting my throat again, sorry. This is explicitly what TB said on one of his podcasts. I never watched TB, and I even saw him talk about it on YouTube. Someone in Florida told him Proctor was at a facility there that day. Thank you, Swampy. That's what I presumed as well. I didn't actually watch it. I've been too busy with other stuff, so I haven't actually been keeping up with YouTube. So apologies in advance if there's stuff that I haven't been keeping up with. Bob, TB rubs me wrong, but he does a better investigation than the Commonwealth. And he doesn't really rub me the way. I understand that he has his own beef. He's got his own dog in this fight, and he fights as dirty as they do. So I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but I understand it. Let's say it that way. And I don't know that I would. I don't know that I would not deal with it the same way, because I've never been in that position. I guess you've got to be in that position to know how you would deal with it. Because they use his misquoted statement to the grand jury to prove she was drunk. Ah, makes sense now. Gotcha. Blame Proctor's wife, you reckon? You reckon it's a dirty divorce that shit's getting out? Yeah, how about Gildea, you call her into fucking court? The point is, these people are being watched everywhere they go. Bukaki on cruise this week, filmed dancing like drunk like. Somebody spotted him and filmed it. It was pretty funny, actually. I agree, Swampy. He's a coach. I'm talking about Sullivan. Actually, I think I read something about that, Michelle, on his own on his own posts. Proctor's house is for sale as of this past weekend. Huh. There you go. So they're saying Proctor has moved in with his parents and sister. So there is a messy divorce, eh? Melanie played clips from his stream on the 6th of June, 2 days prior to the filing on the 8th of June, saying he was tipped off, but the info was not confirmed. I had a feeling it was before the 8th of June too. I did watch not his actual show, but people clipped stuff, and I thought it was before the 8th of June hearing as well. And so because he talked about it on the 6th of June, old mate goes in there, his lawyer goes in there on the 8th of June to that hearing and goes, oh, someone knows on the internet because they got phone calls about it. That was bullshit. They didn't get phone calls about it. They would have got wind of it because everyone watches TV's posts and his shows. So over it, dude. Over it, dude. I'm over it too. It is indeed. This is what I get from the whole thing. All right, Gildea just proved to us that he's protecting Proctor. All right, no more Proctor depositions. Everyone lay off Proctor. You can't have Proctor anymore. Too fucking bad, because if you don't hand over Proctor, because he is the main suspect in the frame job, then this is going to end up getting appealed, like interlocutory appeal, before you even get to a trial. Or at least I would if I was the one, driving the bus. Most of the world wouldn't know about Karen's case if TB hadn't exposed it. God knows the MSM didn't care. That's true, Carol. Very true. I wouldn't have known the depth of the case without TB, but I already knew it was fucking bullshit before I heard TB talk on any of it. I didn't even know he existed until he got locked up and it started getting a lot of media attention. I actually, I think, so Chasing Truth, which is another channel, she was doing like live reading of the police reports from Public FOIA. And that was where I realized, this shit sounds weird. There's some weird stuff going on here. So, the first thing that stood out, I guess, to everybody was that they didn't investigate anybody else who last saw John O'Keefe at that property. So that raised everybody's eyebrows from reading the police reports. And then I heard Aiden had been locked up for his role in everything. So I kind of guessed straight up that it was just Gattani had framed him to get his bond revoked. Ended up all being not too far from the truth. So so there was another one that I predicted without him having to say anything. So I didn't necessarily get involved with it because of TV, but you're right that the rest of the world wouldn't know without his reporting on it. So 700K. Wow. I don't want to start any new rumors. Why not? Let's start rumors. let's get under Gildea's robe and start rumors just for the fun of it. I certainly respect his work on this case. He just goes overboard and can't control himself. I can only listen to him for so long. Yeah, but I also understand why he goes overboard and can't control himself. Like, he must be mad as hell at how many fucking shenanigans here. He must be mad as hell. I can't blame him. I've not been in this situation that he's in, so I actually can't tell you how I would behave. But you know, being an autistic, I'd probably be screaming up from the rooftops. Okay, so did we cover everything? Let me have a look at more notes. Let me go back here. Quick squizzy in here. Stop sharing. I got Corn Pope, thank you for sending me that link. Michelle, much appreciated. Supermod in the background there, working the Supermod magic for me. What are we doing now? All right, let's just continue with too much drama. Yeah, he is a bit of drama. I do have to admit, like, I think one of the reasons I just stopped watching is I can't be bothered with the fucking infighting. It's too much for my head. So, you know, there's other fights that have broken out, and I can't even follow what the fuck is going on. There's like something going on with Jess Machado. There's something going on with fucking Baker. There's something going on. It's too much. I only got so much room in my head for fucking shit, and it's not this shit. So fight away, people. Just leave me out of it. I come for the facts and the reasoning. All right, so let's see what else is being said about. Let me go to. I do have to shut a lot of fucking X windows so I can find one. Let's shut that one and that one and this one and that, and see what everyone is saying about this stuff. Back over here. All right, let's see what other posts are coming up. If people are turning up some information for us or anything interesting. Corny, I freaking love TB. I think he's kind and adorable. Well, I don't have any dramas with him. I just don't care about the fucking drama, the infighting. But I do like it when he gets on topic and he's actually following the topic and not talking about the infighting or his issues with his breakups and personal shit. I really do like his commentary. Boda Bob's doing a Sudoku puzzle. That's one of my favorite types of puzzles. Obviously, it's numbers, so, you know, I feel ya. I don't know what's going on with Jess Machado. But I knew she'd lost the plot already. Like, I already had a run-in with her, so before this all broke out. I don't even know what this breakout is about. So don't fill me in. I don't care. I think he's funny. All right, so let's see what else we can find on let me just appreciate Judge Carol Erskine's comment again, because that was exactly what we were talking about yesterday. It's not that she was defending him. She was just saying, like, a proper judge will do X, Y, Z. And I'm like, yeah, the problem is he's not doing the Y and Z. He's just pulling out the fucking big guns. On June 6th, Turtle Boy's YouTube presentation, 2 days before Proctor filed anything with the court about his medical condition, Aiden reports on the unconfirmed tip he received. Let's listen. Volume up. Share screen. We got it shared. All right, let's go. Let's have a listen.
This is a tip that we got in the inbox. And again, this is like one of those disclaimers. I don't know if this is true or not. So I'm just reporting this as a tip. That's not necessarily 1,000% confirmed at all. It's 0% confirmed. But I'm just going to read it. Because when a tip has like slightly more juice than like a completely made up shit, this one seems to have slightly more juice. All right. I got credible info from my coworker. He spoke to Proctor's wife, and he is in a psychiatric hospital in Florida for treatment. He was at McLean's in Belmont, but left for Florida, and now he's being treated down there. I know from past comments from my coworker, but just learned about the hospitalization a couple days ago. His wife and him are absolutely done. That's confirmed. She has separated herself from him for obvious reasons. So again, this is unconfirmed. And they go on to say, he's not sure how long this has been going on for with the ex-wife in the exact time, but it's been at least 2 months because the previous comments from my coworker about him being separated from his wife and in Florida were around 2 months ago. The coworker's wife is one of the best friends with Elizabeth Proctor, so the info is pretty solid. This kid that tells us this stuff only gives us info once in a while. It's not everyday conversation, unfortunately. He does have sympathy for Proctor, which I do not. And Laura responds and goes, they might think differently now after the latest filing. And the source says, yeah, he's definitely changed his defense of Proctor from the beginning to now. Before, he was adamant that Karen was guilty and Proctor did no wrong. Now he has very little to say about Proctor's conduct. Tell Aiden all of us appreciate what he has done and is doing for civil rights. Replace him at the top of that moment in American history. Well, thank you very much. So again, unconfirmed, but sources are saying he's doing the rehab thing to try to get out of this. He might be in Florida. I don't know. But to me, that would make sense. I would go to Florida. Dude, what's he going to do? What's he going to do, that guy? He's going to lose everything.
Right. And he's got people following him because he fucking did shit. Not because of the court cases. Not because Karen Reid's filing shit. Not because Karen Reid's like suing Section 1983 and Monel in fucking federal court. It's because of what he did. Who's a loon? Oh, lol cow. You're talking about Jess Machado. I love TB's journalism, but can't listen to his vulgar cursing. A lot of people say that old in the dirt. I can handle the cursing, but I'd prefer he reports like this. He's being himself. He's reporting. I like his personality here. He just gets carried away with the drama stuff. I don't fucking care what another creator's saying or doing. Move on. Let's hear the fucking shit you got. You know, this is good information. So on a different note, when the Morphew case is about to begin, so that laughing wasn't at Carol's comment. The laughing was at Corn Pope's comment. Kill me now. But back to Carol's comment. Can you explain him chasing Suzanne around the house stats that his lawyers fudged and the DA didn't understand? Thanks. Sure. We'll go over it again. They just got the maths wrong. This is not even what I saw. I saw TB just confirm that someone in Florida had reported Proctor was there as a patient. It was in one of TB's morning bus stop clips. Huh. There you go. I don't know where this is coming from. So in what I saw, TB did say that what he was saying was confirmed. So it would have been after this. So this is the 6th of June, before Proctor impounded, 2 days before Proctor impounded his motion and appeared in court to push his deposition to some other date. And Gildea fucked everything up for them by having that hearing, the emergency hearing that morning that he was supposed to be doing his deposition. All that fucking shit went down. It was 2 days after this one. So if he had another one and said he got confirmation, then that doesn't surprise me. Explain it to the new DA. Right. They need to explain it to the new DA. I agree. That they got the maths wrong. Because I believe Barry Morphew's got the same lawyers and they're going to try and pull the same shit. So, 2 different cases on the screen right now. Carol's talking about Barry Morphew, who killed his wife in Colorado. Tully, what was that about Tully? Oh, older than dirt. Wrote bully instead of Tully. Gotcha. Tully's got to be held accountable. I agree. I can give you an update anytime you want, Aussie Insider. An update on what? Oh, the drama. No, please spare me. Seligson is the one who fucked up. They should have taken Proctor's depot the following morning when they had the chance. He was booked up though, Swampy. Or am I mixing up 2 different hearings now? That might have been Collins. No, that was Proctor's. They were too busy. They were already booked out because the judge had already ruled that they needed to have all their depots done by August, so they were booked out. The fuck up was Gildea. Gildea should have said, Proctor, in 2 hours you will be at such and such address. Done. And left it. The hearing they had, the stink that Proctor, the lawyer himself, made about Proctor's medical info was confirmed by him saying something. If he had said nothing, no one would know for sure. That's what I'm saying. It was the judge who said something. Like, if the judge, yeah. The 2 things the judge said were that his medical document wasn't enough evidence and that the witness statement wasn't a medical doctor, so he couldn't use that either. It was the judge that told us that shit. So, corny, I figured out you wouldn't want to know. No, I'm done with the drama. No, they should have expected Proctor's depot to something more than one, to last longer, more than 1 day. I don't know, Swampy. I don't know what they expected with Proctor. Honest, don't know. I mean, a whole day. If they'd have started that morning of the 8th that they were supposed to, they'd have probably got through it in the day. They probably only had a couple of questions about meaningful things to do with the case. I don't think they were going to go into a full day extra about why did you send X text and Y text. I think it would have been a full day. But the judge himself is the one that said, yeah, let's have this emergency hearing on the day of Proctor's. It was the judge that bloody did it. Karen's lawyers can't make any mistakes. Well, I don't know that they have made any mistakes. They know the rules. I mean, AJ's an ex-prosecutor. He knows the rules. TB said not confirmed on the 6th, but then it sounds like he had a bus stop live later and said it was confirmed. So both can be true. The judge was clearly suspicious that Proctor's medical excuse was bullshit. It was obviously the case. I agree. So how can you be there going, your medical excuse is bullshit, but I'm going to hold up your entire day of deposition so that, everyone can have an argument later this afternoon and run this out so that everybody's too fucking busy to fit Proctor in again. So, and then the bullshit today was like, nobody gets Proctor. And that's not the right solution to this. Everybody needs Proctor, including, other cases. So anyway, let's continue scrolling. What else have we got going on? We have today's, whatever you want to call that, in 2 minutes. Fervent. I like his little...
We're back in Plymouth Superior to answer 2 questions. First, how many lawyers can we fit in one room? And 2, who is the leaker? Alan Jackson has the Beverly made me take the red eye. 10-minute roll call of all the lawyers. Judge Gildea says out loud, Mr. Jackson gets free publicity out of this. After a beat, Jackson awkwardly laughs because nobody knows what the hell that means. This song relates to Michael Proctor's impounded health information, which apparently was leaked. Yet nobody has seen these leaked documents. The judge says this happened June 8th at 2:52. Trial Channel posted that this tweet from Grant Smith Ellis happened at that time, which is just posting a public court document and doesn't include any sensitive information. So once again, we have no idea what the hell the judge is talking about. He threatens to delay Michael Proctor's deposition permanently if things keep getting leaked, meaning nobody will have the chance to depose Michael Proctor. He wants all these lawyers to meet and confer on an agreement to not disseminate case info. If they can't come to an agreement, the judge is going to take matters into his own hands. He says that every single hearing, which could include dismissal. Talk about a power trip. This judge is very clear. He hates social media. He hates people covering the case. Well, guess what, Judge? We watched the Commonwealth attempt to frame an innocent person for 3 years, and that all played out in the public eye. So sorry, we don't trust anyone in this state, anyone surrounding this case, to handle things the right way. So that's why we have to kind of supervise your courts, right? Because Massachusetts courts have become the laughingstock of the country. The judge flees the bench. The last thing we hear is attorney Alan Jackson saying, hey, do we not get a chance to be heard after that tongue lashing? And the court clerk is like, dude, I'm just the sub here. I know nothing. So, yet again, another average Massachusetts court hearing. But comment, but subscribe.
But do it. All right. Very well done, Fervent. Everybody's favorite little wrap-ups for the court hearings. What bothers me, Kathleen, is that now the judge is blaming Karen. Because think about it logically. Someone leaked Proctor's medical documents, right? He wants them all in there to be on the sworn record saying that it wasn't them. But from his perspective, he's probably thinking, well, Proctor's not going to leak his own medical info. He didn't want it out there, even though we know he probably would just to be spiteful. But that's probably what the judge is thinking. Well, it wouldn't be Proctor, so it must be Karen Reid's attorneys. And that's what all my posts were about. Like, fucking hell, dude. It was so transparent whose heads were going to roll or whose heads he was aiming for. So look, Ma, I got this message Kate Peters and Jen McCabe made with ChatGPT. I don't think I sent anything to Kate. Certainly not screenshots. Jen is a nutcase. She may be nuttier than Kate. But Karen Reid, Joe Flipperhead, and Aiden Carney. I don't think I sent anything to Aiden. Certainly not screenshots. Joe is a nutcase. He may be nuttier than Aiden. What? I don't think that's her account. I think that's the actual... that's the funny one, pretending to be her. Oh, and Jackson, oh yeah, he was pissed. Why is anyone protecting him? I agree. Today, Judge Mark Gildea threatened to fine Karen in default and therefore liable for the death of Officer John O'Keefe without a trial. He did so without a hearing. This is back in June 20. No, this is today. He did so without a hearing or even allowing attorneys to speak. What's more, he instructed her attorneys to go back to their respective offices and prepare a document that would enable the judge to enter the default through violation of a consent order, thus eliminating any possibility of an appeal or other recourse. In effect, he directed Karen Reid's attorney to tie the noose by which the court could hang her. This is an absolute outrage. Not only shouldn't Miss Reid and her attorney stand for it, her adversaries shouldn't stand for it either. Let me have another listen. I need to find the actual court case. I think we should just listen one more time because I came in towards the end. I didn't catch every word. I caught some of it. Somewhere here we have CBS. All right, I need to go find it. CBS. Shall we have a listen to every word that was spoken, just to be sure we're all on the documents were not leaked. All that came out was the information, and even it was not specific. No one said where Proctor was at the time. It's just gossip the judge is blaming them for. Yes, I agree. Do you think the 22 attorneys met at all after that mess? Of course they did, Goose. Hello, Jackie. Thanks for joining us. Let's find the CBS Boston. Let's have a look. Streamed 3 hours ago. Okie dokie. Let's get it on the screen. Let's get past the ad. Share this tab. All right. Okay.
This is Paul O'Keefe, individually and as personal representative of the estate of John Joseph O'Keefe III, et al. Versus C&C Hospitality, LLC, doing business as C.F. McCarthy's, et al. Your Honor, with your permission, at this time, I will call the names of the attorneys in attendance and ask that they state that they are present for the purposes of the record. Thank you. Attorney Brillahante.
Present, Your Honor.
Attorney Horwitz.
Present.
Attorney Fell.
Present.
Attorney Buck.
Present.
Attorney Diller.
Present.
Attorney Beaton has been excused, Your Honor. Attorney Holstag.
Present.
Attorney Rose.
Present, Your Honor.
Attorney St. George.
Present, Your Honor.
Attorney Donovan.
Present, Your Honor.
Attorney Deely.
Present, Your Honor.
Attorney McCaffrey.
Jesus Christ.
Attorney Hassett.
Present, Your Honor.
Attorney Maravellis.
Present, Your Honor.
Attorney Shipley has been excused. Attorney Tang.
Present, Your Honor.
Attorney Bell.
Present.
Your Honor, Attorneys Little and Mason are appearing via Zoom.
I am briefly going to step away from the keyboard just to refresh my coffee while this is playing. We have a lawyer in the house. Watch Swampy's comments as we listen to what Gildea is saying, okay? So pay attention.
Attorney Jackson's getting some free publicity as well.
Attorney Jackson.
Present.
Attorney Seligson.
Present.
And Attorney Rosenberg.
Present, Your Honor. You can sit down. Thank you. So thank you, counsel, for being here. I scheduled today to be in person because of the significance of what I was advised of last Friday, and because I find the quiet solemnity of the courtroom is a good reminder of the dignity by which courts are supposed to function. One commenter describes how every high-profile case now unfolds in two arenas, one governed by procedure and precedent, and the other by pixels, edits, and algorithms, and how the courtroom has become content and the law has become a spectacle. I recently held a hearing on a non-party motion for a protective order. I required the moving party to provide certain information. Such material was filed together with a motion to impound. A hearing that included the motion to impound was held on a Monday morning. I allowed the motion to impound during the hearing. The affidavits of the moving party and the attorneys were impounded. Following that morning hearing, I found that there was insufficient information to support a delay in the deposition of the non-party from going forward. However, I further found that given the claims made in the filings, I would delay making a final decision on the motion until later that day to give the non-party's counsel the opportunity to supplement the record before me. I scheduled the matter for further hearing that afternoon at 4:15 with the expectation that there would be additional filings. At 2:22 p.m. that day, the non-party's attorney emailed the clerk of this court and all counsel of record, excepting one, additional materials in support of the motion for a protective order. The filing included a motion to impound additional materials. Exactly 30 minutes after the email to counsel of record of the additional material, which included sensitive and private medical information, similar information to what was in the exhibits to the filing and marked provisionally impounded, was posted to an X account at 2:52 p.m. Upon learning this information, I ordered that the parties and counsel provide a certification to the court as to all facts known to them as to any dissemination to anyone other than parties and counsel in this matter of any of the contents of the material impounded on June 8, 2026, and I scheduled this appearance for today. I received certifications from all party and counsel, 32 of them in total. No one apparently has disseminated, nor are they aware of any facts regarding the dissemination of the contents of impounded material to any person or entity other than the parties and counsel in this matter. However, somehow, an ex-account holder, not part of this case, apparently received information that was at least provisionally impounded. Orders of the court have been violated either directly or at the very least in spirit. If these orders are to have any effect, all parties involved must operate with integrity. Rule 13C of the Uniform Rules of Impoundment Procedure imposes a duty on all persons to protect the confidentiality of impounded material. Additionally, Rule 3.6 of the Rules of Professional Conduct prohibits lawyers from making extrajudicial statements that they know or reasonably should know will be disseminated by means of public communication and will have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing an adjudicative proceeding. In cases like this, where all parties involved are aware of the public attention, I expect that everyone is taking every precaution to preserve confidential information, to follow the rules of the court, and to adhere to my orders. Because of the disclosure of sensitive private information, I temporarily stayed further discovery of the non-party. If necessary, I am fully prepared to make such order permanent as permitted by Rules 26 and 30. To any issue counsel may raise as to the management of discovery issues being within my discretion, I invite you to look at the following cases. In the 2003 case of Buster v. George W. Moore, Inc., 438 Mass. 635, the SJC stated at page 653, in general, discovery matters are committed to the sound discretion of the trial judge. In a 2002 appeals court case, Mattoon versus the City of Pittsfield, 56 Mass. Ave. Court 124, the court stated at page 131, trial judges have broad discretion to make discovery and evidentiary rulings conducive to the conduct of a fair and orderly trial. In the 1987 case of Solomon A. versus B. Gruel, 399 Mass. 790, the SJC stated at page 799, the conduct and scope of discovery is within the sound discretion of the judge. In Cronin versus Strayer, 392 Mass. 525, a 1984 case, the SJC stated at pages 535 to 536, we remind judges that the scope and timing of discovery is within their discretion, and the prevention of discovery abuse is sufficient justification for the authorization of protective orders. With this authority at hand, judges should not hesitate to exercise appropriate control over the discovery process. And finally, in the 1987 case of Campagna versus the Board of Directors of the Massachusetts Housing Finance Agency, 399 Mass. 492, the SJC stated at page 503 that Rule 37 affords a judge broad discretion to impose whatever sanctions are just in order to ensure that the discovery process operates efficiently.
Everything you're watching right now is 4K footage generated by CDANS 2.0.
The malicious publication of private information concerns me. Whatever opinion that one may have of a non-party, even if warranted, such an opinion does not allow for the disparate treatment of such individual. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of any personal characteristic, as abhorrent as some of them may be. What I am looking for is for the parties is adequate assurances that their discovery served justice and not any desire to weaponize the rule for pettiness and profit. If the parties and lawyers would enter into an agreement to hold private, personal information in confidence, and if the terms were acceptable to me, I would consider entering it as an order of the court so that any violation would be grounds for a contempt finding and appropriate sanction, including dismissal or default. Such an order would need to be more than a stipulation that deposition testimony can only be used for the purposes of this case. I encourage the attorneys to confer and to seek to reach an agreement. In the absence of an agreement, I will consider whether to enter an order based on my plenary authority to control, manage, and oversee the conduct of discovery. While you are conferring and seeking to reach an agreement, I will again remind you, as I have quite often, that the discovery clock is ticking. My final request to counsel with an appearance in this matter is to familiarize yourself with Rule 3.6 of the Rules of Professional Conduct relative to publicity. The rule sets forth a basic general prohibition against a lawyer's making statements that the lawyer knows or should know will have a substantial likelihood on materially prejudicing an adjudicative proceeding. The rule applies to lawyers who are or have been involved in the investigation or litigation of a case and their associates. As the comment to the rule notes, it is difficult to strike a balance between protecting the right to a fair trial and safeguarding the right of free expression. However, preserving the right to a fair trial for everyone necessarily entails some curtailment of information that may be disseminated prior to trial, especially where trial by jury is involved. If there were no such limits, the result would be the practical nullification of the protective effect of the rules of forensic decorum and the exclusionary rules of evidence. The rule takes into consideration that the public has a legitimate interest in the conduct of judicial proceedings, particularly in matters of general public concern. However, I'm not so sure that churning the waters to generate social media coverage necessarily can result in a legitimate interest in the conduct of judicial proceedings. Read the rule, especially if you have never done so, adhere to it, or be ready to face the consequences for failing to do so. I remind counsel of what one commentator called the quiet expectation of fairness that we have as citizens. Such expectation is based on the framework the founders of our country built 250 years ago and trusted future generations to maintain. Counsel, do your part to maintain the quiet expectation of fairness. Do not succumb to the attraction of seeking to influence this case through social media. Be what a trial lawyer should be, one that tries their case in the courtroom. And remember the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 221, Section 28, relative to the oath of office for an attorney in Massachusetts, which provides, in part, I solemnly swear that I will do no falsehood. I will delay no man for lucre or malice, but I will conduct myself in the office of an attorney within the courts according to the best of my knowledge and discretion, and with all good fidelity, as well to the courts as my clients. So help me God. I wish all of you a happy 4th of July on the anniversary of our America's 250-year-old democracy. May it continue to succeed with all of us working to maintain the rule of law. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
For the record, this matter is continued to July 10th, 2026 at 2 p.m. for hearing on motions to compel the criminal fourth session.
Court stands in recess.
There's no opportunity to be heard? There obviously no opportunity to be heard.
I was unaware. I'm just covering for Clark Donovan today.
Is there
I'm just covering for a Clark. Not my job.
an opportunity before anybody departs to let the judge know that we would like to be heard?
Absolutely.
There you go. He believes that reeling off stale platitudes is going to impact the course of these cases. He's nuts. Well, I'm glad you agree with me, because that's how I opened, saying he's nuts. Good that there's a lawyer in the house who knows what the fuck just come out of his mouth. But as you say, there wasn't necessarily any threat there to find Karen in contempt. I felt the way he went about the whole thing leading up to today was essentially that. In his mind, why would Proctor, leak his own material? So obviously he was aiming at Karen Reid. He's already reprimanded them for, ethical behavior, saying that they blindsided Proctor by filing a lawsuit, going on the media as if Proctor never knew he was part of any of these lawsuits, which is total bullshit. So it's kind of like this was all being set up anyway. So I think that he's already a Carney hater. You can see it in his face. He's a Carney hater. It's obviously about Carney. So, and it's obviously, as you guys are saying, you can't stop the public from noticing shit with their own eyes. And he expects us all to agree to punish the defendants because netizens expose info. Exactly. So anyway, Swampy, what is your synopsis of that? There does seem to be a threat of dismissal, as Strong Leg's saying. That's what my takeaway was. So Swampy says he did say default, but there is no way. Proctor was already noticed that he was going to be a named defendant in the federal case. Correct. He was noticed in Gildea's own court way back when Seligson said to Gildea, we actually plan to use our Section 1983 and malicious prosecution material to defend this wrongful death case. And he said, don't tell me about it. That's the wrong way to go about it. Go and file it. Upon which the filing got removed to the federal court. So Proctor was noticed in Gildea's court way back. Gildea, I'm sorry for those who keep correcting me, Gildea's court way back. So yeah, to your note, Proctor was already noticed that he was going to be a named defendant in the federal case before it even became a federal case. So totally agree with that. Now, let's go back over here and scroll back up and see what people are posting. I'm sure there's more. Corey says 99% sure the judge mixed up, and Dee Dee's agreeing. Well, I think they're both connected to each other. I'm pretty sure 1112 and 116 are both connected. You know who didn't sign an affidavit? Proctor. I'm blocked, so I can't vote, but thanks to others for the votes. Haha, this is hilarious. Who received the leak impounded information from Karen Reid or her attorneys? Well, I want to know, how the fuck did Kate know? She said, I'll find it for you in a second. Okay, thank you so much, Swampy, for your loyally feedback. Much appreciated. But go do some work today. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Bob says, hang on, one more comment from Swampy. It was a lot of cage rattling. He is not going to dismiss this case. He was just showing how tough he is. It was a very expensive exercise in futility. Well, there you go. That's the verdict from a lawyer. Bob says, if Proctor was found liable for the claim Karen Reid made, could Proctor's wife's community property be in jeopardy? I don't know. I don't know how community property works in a divorce settlement, honest. But let me see if I can find Kate's post. I think I had it up here before. Nope. I think I had Kate's post somewhere. Nope. So I want to know how she knew the person who leaked the last two phone numbers, digits in the phone number of the person who leaked. That's what she posted. And I can't find where I copied it to. Maybe I had it on my desktop. Let's have a look. Not that one. You can quit that for now. Quit doing that. I'm going to have to find it. But indeed, she said she knows the last two digits of the phone number of the person who leaked. And she said that when Gildea first issued his everybody's got to turn up to court order. So if I hadn't seen this in a Karen Reid trial by Bev, I may have your faith, Boda Bob. If the property is jointly owned, a judgment lien against one owner will not attach to the jointly owned property. There you go. There's your answer, Bob. All right. So yeah, how did Kate know the last 2 digits of a leaker's phone number? That's interesting. Adam Scott has a little more info here. Mass Court's case, which we just looked at. It is Nicholas. No, sorry, Nicholas J. Esquire. Yeah. Nicholas Ferrelio. I thought it was him, and he is fucking nutcase, like serious. But this case is actually about all these people ganging up on him, isn't it? There's Mark Gildea. It's just basically the same. It's just basically the same. President Trump's executive order and the weaponization of Boston secret courts. In January 2025, Trump issued an executive order explicitly aimed at dismantling the weaponization of courts and law enforcement against American citizens, with a particular focus on ending the abuse of secret courts and protecting whistleblowers like Nicholas Fiorello. This order mandates federal intervention when judicial systems are co-opted to silence dissent, seize assets, or shield corruption. Precisely the misconduct of the defendants alleged here. The misconduct defendants allege here. The executive order prohibits secret proceedings, fraudulent financial disbursements, and collusion between judges and politically connected operatives, declaring such actions a great threat to national integrity. This case stands as a stark example of the judicial corruption President Trump's order seeks to eradicate. Defendants assert that the SSC has transformed into a secret court operating behind closed doors to strip Nicholas Fiorello of his rights and assets in direct violation of the executive order's mandate for transparency and accountability. Interesting. Not sure that arguing President Trump's bloody roo-roo is going to help, but anyway. Well, thanks. Where are we? Was something Adam G pointed out. Hey, Judge G, you think the waters were being churned? Buckle up, buttercup. I agree, Adam, entirely. That hearing was something. Going to have to put my thoughts in the most respectful way possible. Look out. Well, was not impressed. Did the judge just pull a trust me, bro? The judge needs a room next to Proctor. Motion to recuse forthcoming. Sounds like Proctor is now incentivized to leak his information to get out of depositions, doesn't it? So we will see what lawyer has to say about that in the coming days, I guess. So not sure I agree with the, he can declare a default against Karen Reid. I didn't read that in it, and neither did our house lawyer here today. So happy birthday to the Trial Channel. I didn't know that you were up for a year. Happy birthday, Trial Channel. Woo-woo. Okay, Bruce's question. Who holds judges accountable? Bueller? A new filing. The plaintiffs have filed a motion to compel after alleging that Aidan Carney has failed to respond to supplemental keeper of records. Yeah, we need that. There's a whole bunch of stuff that dropped in the last 24 hours. Parody Bedero says, so an unnamed, unspecified, non-party, unassociated party leaked unspecified personal information on unspecified ex-posts, and the punishment for this may be a default judgment against the defendants or relieving Proctor of the burden to answer hard questions. So why wouldn't a McAlbert adjacent leak Proctor's information further? Doesn't seem to matter who leaks. It's problem solved for Proctor and co if it leaks. I'm agreeing with that. Francis Gull should be added here. Witness snapping back to prosecute AU testifying. It's a different case. All right. That's looks like all we got here. This comment from the judge was referring to the Worksman and Jackson sign on the conference room Jackson's team was in. It was visible on Zoom. Yeah, so if I can get over it. Loser. It needs to stop. Agree with that, Joey Bag of Donuts. All right, so if we end up with anything else that we can bitch and complain and rant about, we shall have another live stream. I think we've exhausted the leads here. So let me assure you, I did look for this impounded material leak on the internet, and it's not there. Yeah, Kate Peter. All right, let me look up the Kate Peter thing. Masso Mafia. Which one is her account? I think it's this one. I'll find it. Oh, yes. They've got Gildea eaten out of their hands and they are pleased. I think this is her account. Let me share it to you so you can see what I'm seeing. What about the last two digits? I don't know because I don't know everybody's phone numbers. I'll find it for you and then you can tell me what the fuck she's talking about. Constable returned good service. She's bitching about literally everything, but she loves Gildea. Nick, you shared your conversation with Karen Reid, so what's the issue? Are you weak and unprincipled? I think that's you. I think you're weak and unprincipled. Today's drama-free recap. She's still watching and recording literally everything he says. I'll find it for you. It might have actually been under this post here. Maybe. It was actually very brief. She just said something along the lines of the last 2 digits of the leaker's phone number was 18. But it wasn't a main thread post, clearly. Oh, it's Karen Reid's silly games, not yours. Kate doesn't play silly games, guys. Anyway, can't find it. But that's what she said, basically. That the last 2 digits were 18. So whose phone number ends in 18? Is it Aiden's? Yeah, he's not right upstairs. You're exactly right, Corny. Next level connected and high up. Yes, Brian Albert is. Kyle Sharkey is asking if AIM account is involved in this shit. What AIM? AIM? He knows I'm not AIM, so whatever he's saying, it's not anything to do with everyone claiming that I am AIM. We need someone above the judges to pull their evil covers. Yes, Bradley. We need someone to do something. And I can't do shit from Australia. So Proctor had no problem sharing Karen Reid's medical information. Exactly, Bob. I said that earlier. Indeed. Indeed. Let me go find Kyle Sharkey. What's he saying? Kyle Sharkey. I think it was actually him that posted. Let me go to his account. I think it was actually him that posted. I think he actually took a screenshot of Kate's comment that I was just looking for. So the document that Grant Ellis Smith posted about is still on the docket. It's still public, so we know it wasn't that one. It had to be the judge being a Carney hater, right? Yeah, I don't see him mentioning the AIM account. Look at the time posted by the AIM account. 8th of June, 2:52. Oh, because they're in a different time zone. Oh, see how that works? The AIM account is where? Yep. That's how they nailed it. UK is where the AIM account is from. Good on you, Kyle. You worked that out. Oh, thank you. Yeah, she's in UK. Absolutely, she's in the UK. Whoever she is, I don't actually know who she is, but she come at me sideways one day. I can't even remember what about. Something like probably an Auntie Deb fucking ass sucker. But yeah, come at me sideways in the account. I blocked her, so I don't actually know who she is. I just know that she is in the UK. So, Judge Gildea, you got found out. I don't know what she is, Corny. I thought she was our side, but she turned on me because of other shit. She blocked you too. She's a moron, is what she is. I have no fucking idea. But this is good. This is good homework, Kyle. Well done. So he's basically showing you that's the account time zone. Set it to New York. That's what Gildea says, right? Her time. That's what Gildea says. 2:52. Set it to 10:52. But as I just showed you, when you do it with mine, you'll get Australia time. If I go and show you Aidan Carney's post, you'll get the day after Australia time. It'll be like some fucking ungodly hour of the morning. So interesting, Well done, Sharky. Using your brains. Well done. Salem, Massachusetts. Who's Salem? She can't speak very good English. I don't actually recall. I just know she come at me sideways, and I was like, if I got blocked. All right, guys, that's it. We're done. We have exhausted the vent stream. We vented what we can vent. Yeah, I think the judge has just got a thing against TB. I would like to see him follow through his threat. Fucking pull the plug. End it. Dismiss the case. That's 2 less that Karen has to worry about, right? 1 less for Aidan, 2 less for Karen. We are good. It drives me nuts that TB doesn't mention you more. Nah, it's okay, Bradley. I think that by mentioning me, he somehow thinks it ties to Jason. I don't get involved in their little fucking dispute. I don't care what Jason did to him. As long as he's not doing shit to me, I don't fucking care. And I don't care the other way around either, what TB does to Jason. They fucking have at it, bro. So that's probably why he doesn't mention me very often. He's actually doing me a favor because, then people watch the stream where Jason was on and pretend like, Total Boy doesn't have a sex cult stream where people ask about sex things and so on. So he's probably doing me a favor. AIM has a thing against TB. I didn't know that. Look, my audience is so divided. Some of you can't stand him and some of you love him. Some people just don't give a fucking shit. And I'm in the fucking I don't give a shit category. I don't care if you love him or hate him. You're allowed to whatever where he's concerned. It's not going to sway my opinion of him. My opinion's pretty balanced. He's got a dog in this fight because they came after him. So what's going to happen to Good? That's a good question, Kathleen. I have no idea what's going to happen to Good. The fact that he already got off lightly, like he was allowed to retire and collect his retirement pension before they decided to do something about him. So, I mean, that's not cricket. Is it? So I don't know what's going to happen to Good. I hope, he gets his comeuppance as far as what he's done in Karen Reid's case. Brother Counsel is uploading his breakdown. Let me have a look. Brother Counsel. What's his breakdown on what just happened 10 minutes ago? Who is the judge's source? Oh, fucking ads. Let's go here. Let's share the ad with everybody, because why not? You guys don't get enough ads in your life. We have to give Brother Counsel the ads. So, good for nothing, Carol. Right? Let's have a listen to what Brother Counsel's breakdown is. Another lawyer. I prefer to listen to what the lawyers have got to say about shit, because I'm not a lawyer. I know I get, extremely outraged. But that doesn't mean I know what I'm fucking talking about. So let's listen to another lawyer break it down.
Emergency hearing that Judge Gildea held in Karen Reed's wrongful death case. Every attorney who has made an appearance in this case, all 32 of them, have to show up in person July 1st, 3 p.m. in front of Judge Gildea, because they are going to get to the bottom of this leak. Now, there were sir attorneys.
Okay, wait a second. What did Corey just post? Where are you, Corey? This. Is that the one? Hang on. Did you send it to me? Hang on. So, hang on. Send it to me. I've got a reposting the LD Emeritus account that we just read. Is that the one you're talking about? Look at the tweet that Corey quote tweeted after Aussie. Hey Aussie, I've been working with Claude co-work and creating Python scripts to create my own relatively large music library. It's be a mixed bag. I'm learning you can't let the AI make it. Yeah, right. No, you have to babysit that fucker all the time. Thank you, Corny. Let's have a look. No, you cannot take anything the AI says. You really have to say, you have to babysit it, and you have to say, is that really the case? Read back over this comment and what we just discovered. But I'll just tell you about Claude Bob is Anthropic's having a back and forth with the military, the US military right now, about whether or not they can release their smart Claude. And so Claude's just slowly becoming dumber and dumber. This argument just keeps going back and forth, and they keep rolling back Claude to another model. So I probably wouldn't be relying too much on Claude at the moment. He's like all over the fucking shop at the moment. Corey Hopkins replies, happy free Karen Reed. That was June 18, 22 minutes ago. This sure could be the tweet, the incorrect timestamp that the court saw, but the time issue is so easily verifiable. Is that the one you're talking about? Let me share it. I think you're talking about this one. Back on 2-speed to catch up. On my other phone, I listened to Aussie from the beginning. Oh, thank you, Kathleen. So this one we're talking about? Corny? I think it is. So just to explain to everybody what's going on, all right? The browser that you view with is connected to your PC time. So if you're viewing with a mobile device or you're viewing with a computer, it's not that one. All right, I'll find the next one. Let me just finish this explanation though. So your browser is tied to your computer time. So when you go and look at a post on Twitter, it will convert it to your local time. It will be UTC. When you see court records, everything's in UTC. You got to convert it to your local time or to the local time where the crime happened. UTC is just GMT basically. to give you that center point of time. So wherever the case is located, that's the time that should be associated with the UTC. And then if I'm looking at it from Australia, it's going to be -11. +10, sorry. So that's what she's pointing out here. And if you look, Corey posted this 10 minutes ago, but look at the date and the time. Okay, that's my date and time, not yours. Because in America, it's still July the 1st. And I think it's like, I don't know, 5 or 6 in the afternoon in Corey's location. So, but you can see the browser has converted it to my local time. So just so you know, but this is not the post. So let me stop sharing for a second, because I don't want you to have to see the crap that me and Corny post to each other. Yes, she reposted the one I just read. Yes. That was the one we just read out. For those who are wondering what she's talking about, it's this one. Hang on. This is the one that, holy shit, I'm going to have a fucking epileptic fit from that. Can we get that off the screen? Sorry, can't show you that. Someone posted right underneath it some flashing fucking thing that's giving me. I just read the EDT, and what do you call it? Emeritus post, and then Swampy said, no, that's a different one. Wrong post? Okay, wait a second. Yeah, we just read this one out. Unless you sent me the wrong link. I just sent the text of the post. Let me do a share. This tab. Just so that we're on the same page. This one here, I just read it out, and Swampy said, yeah, no, that's not what happened at all. Yeah, that's the one I was just reading, and that's why we went and watched the actual court case again. Yeah, I read that out, and then we went, let's go watch the court case that happened today and listen to what he actually said. And Swampy came to the conclusion that no, this is not correct. It's not entirely what happened. He didn't say he was going to find Karen in, but that's all right. The point being, I already predicted that yesterday, that he was going to do all this yesterday. And I think LDT is basically saying the same thing, that was their impression from it. But I think, given Swampy's feedback, listening to Gildea again today, that's probably not going to happen. But, I mean, who fucking knows at this point? Like, really? So let me go back to, are Massachusetts judges allowed to order a hearing and give the parties no opportunity to be heard? In general, no, not as a final matter affecting the parties' rights. Yes. Someone looked up the AI. Let me find Carol Erskine again. Erskine. Just see if she's got more to say on the whole thing. June 30th. That was yesterday. Day before for America. This is my message to the Massachusetts judiciary, CPS, DCF legislature, and the governor, because that's what she mainly focuses on about, stuff that goes on with the kids. So, she is a child advocate. Let me just find. All right, here's a thread. 2 defense diaries about the ex-post. In reply to someone saying no need to hold judges with reverence, she says, I think reverence for the court and the legal process is important, but I never ascribed to the belief that because I had a black robe, I was somehow more important than any other person in that room. Ego and a sense of self-importance can compromise integrity, which is the very foundation for being an impartial and fair judge. Bingo. That's exactly what I think. So in another thread to Boozy Beauty, she was in the court, so she saw some stuff. Mullen Law says this judge has criticised the attorneys for pandering to social media. How is it that he did any different? This is a very high-profile case. Maybe the judge assigned should have a little better understanding of how exactly social media works. It's also not always a bad thing. Shining a light on these cases is important. Carol Erskine replies, I agree. If lawyers were summoned into open court, publicly admonished, and not given an opportunity to meaningfully respond, it's fair criticisms to say that the proceeding may have generated more publicity than it prevented. I will say until 2023, I had no X account, no public Facebook page, and no Instagram. That's when she retired, for those who are wondering. Never heard of LawTube, crime podcast, and frankly, I'm still learning. At least she's honest, eh? A judge wouldn't allow evidence in a trial based on speculation or authentication. So why was a hearing done out of precaution? Why not a Zoom hearing if he wasn't going to let the parties speak? Was this a legal judicial punishment for all parties, time, resources over hearsay? She says, I can understand why you think it appeared punitive. Like all public reprimands, it's clearly meant as a warning. But it was punitive, obviously. I was left speechless without direct evidence that one of the attorneys or staff or clients leaked this. This was really disrespectful to them. If there is evidence, then direct it at the culpable party and take appropriate action. Massachusetts judiciary is a mess. We need more Carol Erskines. I agree with that. Yes, I thought it was disrespectful to the lawyers who are mandated to appear and not allowed to even make a record. In part, the Massachusetts trial court states that its mission is to deliver fair, impartial, and timely justice, protect constitutional and statutory rights, and ensure equal access for all in a safe, dignified environment. The question is whether there is equal access when no one is allowed to speak. So she's on the same page as me. So I need to quit smoking so I live long enough to see the end of the Karen Reid saga. I'm with you, old and dirt. This shit's going to go on for years. Not 30 attorneys. The judge would have had a cow if he allowed them to respond. I'd like to see them all at sidebar. Either way, Bob, like the right to respond is actually constitutionally protected. So allowed, not allowed. I understood what you meant. Irish outside of Kevvy's in the house, everybody. Supermod number 2. You got demoted while you were away, by the way, Kev. Michelle's number 1 now. Bradley quit smoking with nicotine patches. Yeah, they're too heavy for me. So I don't smoke enough. I don't intake enough nicotine for a patch to help. They actually OD me. They're too way. They're for heavy smokers. Hey, Popeye. Hey, so for those who think that, somehow Kev and I had a rage quitting, somehow, for those who think somehow that Kev and I had a falling out, we actually didn't. He just had real life shit to attend to. And I think he got more sick of the fucking drama than I did. I was entertaining it for a little while there. But he was like, yeah, I'm out. As soon as that stuff went down with, dissing Karen Reed and all that sort of shit, he was like, yep, I'm out. I'm going to look after my family and do shit. So, Kevy, she knows you're in the house. She's behind us, Kev. So, but yeah, for those who think we had a falling out, no, we didn't. We're fine. He just got sick of the bullshit, just like everyone else did. So yeah, moving on. Let's read a little more. Someone says, exactly. It seems as though this court was less public interest instead of realizing justice is best served by more education on what happens in our courts. He seemed to be doing what he accused the attorneys of doing, being very dramatic with a side of, behold, I am judge. I agree with that. Carol says, in my comment earlier to someone, I said I was not surprised that people will look at it this way. It does not promote confidence in the judiciary when people believe that a judge is not being fair. So I agree with that. I love this judge, Carol Erskine. I wish she didn't retire. We need more good judges. Judge, why would he make the attorneys fly in midweek before a holiday weekend to read a prepared speech that could have been done on a Zoom call, or just fucking send it to them, then not let the attorneys be heard? I can't wrap my head around that. And she says, fair question. I can't get into the judge's head about what he chose to why he chose to conduct the proceeding that way. I will say that a case of this magnitude, given the public interest, can get out of control very quickly. So I'm sure he wanted to be clear that he is in control, not the lawyers or people on social media. Well, just saying it doesn't work for us, Judge. He's got to actually do it. While I am okay with that, I am not sure it did anything to advance the public's trust in the judiciary, which seems to be, I fall over that word every time, hey, which seems to be at an all-time low in Massachusetts. In my view, he might have chosen a different route, like an in-camera hearing. Yeah, there was a lot of different routes he could have taken. Instead, he chose to admonish lawyers publicly and in person, and then left the bench. Why, I do not know. It's anybody's guess, ma'am. Anybody's guess. Can someone fill me in on the general thread of the conversation tonight? Cliff Notes. Cliff Notes. Here it is in one sentence. Judge Gildea is Bev 2.0. Change my mind. Yes, correct. She was, in fact, promoted in your absence to #1 supermod. I'm not talking. How dare you steal my #1 slot? Connie is #2. Don't talk to her. You guys are funny. You disagree that Gildea is not a Bev 2.0? Did you watch today's hearing? You might need to rewind a little and prove me wrong. Did I not say prove me right? I don't know what I said. Judge's tantrum. Yes, it was absolutely a judge's tantrum. So the hearing today, so a couple of days ago, the judge said, whoever's leaking shit, you're all got to get into my courtroom on June the 1st. July the 1st, sorry. I can't even get my fucking dates right here. That's basically what happened a few days ago. Because Proctor's going, where? Someone leaked my medical information. Well, nobody's seen it. So absolutely nobody can find where Proctor's medical documents were leaked. They weren't leaked. What happened was Aidan Carney found out some gossip on the 6th before the documents were impounded by people observing Proctor getting around and doing things. There was that, but there was absolutely no leaking of the documents. Anyway, Gildea loses his shit. Everyone, get into my court today. 30 fucking attorneys roll up, and he gives them the full fucking lecture based on zero evidence whatsoever. I heard along the grapevine, and I have reasonable inference that you guys are leaking. So that's what happened today, and we're just reading Judge Errol Erskine's feedback on that. We just watched it a few moments ago, about an hour ago. Watched it through with a attorney in the house to give us some feedback on it. So yeah, pretty much nobody knows what the fuck the judge is trying to do, but he seems to be upset about social media posts, just like Bevy was. You guys quit the squabbling over number one position. You all earn it. You all earn number one position. You're all my number ones. Even Princey, I couldn't run the channel without you. You're all my number ones. Kerry, did that help? Did that give you the 1,000 foot view? I saw that hearing. Defense Diaries covered it pretty well. Leaky bum Proctor. Yes, how ironic. What was the difference between assume and infer? Corny's a backup. No, you're all my number ones. I love you all equally. But I do have to say, nobody beats Kevin chasing up the links and shit for the shows. I've missed his ass completely for that. Michelle's too busy working, and she would do it as efficiently as he does if she wasn't working. So, but outside of that, you're all my number ones. The difference between assume and infer is assume makes an ass out of you and me. That's my answer to that question, Bob. Anyway, so yeah, what I like about Carol is she always answers everybody. She doesn't have any favorites, so blank space just seems over the top. I've seen attorneys on all sides frequently use hyperbolic language in these kinds of motions, especially in an opposition. It's also true, and the judge should already know that it's true. Us spectators know it's true. It's unprecedented how often the defense has had to file motions to compel already, with the amount of witnesses dodging depositions and handing over discovery. This is something Carol hasn't been watching the case, so she doesn't know a lot of these things. So it has been pulling teeth from them. And it's frustrating to watch. Here. And I can see why people feel this is frustrating to watch. I think the defense will file a response indicating that the wording of their opposition was meant to show that the witnesses they want to depose are delaying the production of documents as well as their depositions, and that Tully is using the same playbook. I could be wrong, but we'll see what the response is. And she was actually right. That was the response. So, and there is no, for those who don't know, there is no greater spokesperson for Kelly Fitzsimmons in her case than Judge Carol Erskine. That's what she's been doing a lot of her commentary on other people's channels. So get over there and check her out. She's a good judge. It's a pity she's retired. Assumptions are generally made without evidence. Inference is usually based on evidence. Well, inference is usually based on evidence, but he certainly had no evidence to infer any of the sort, Kerry. Yes. All right. I think we've flogged our vent stream as hard as we can. In my voice. Let me have another swig of the all caffeine. Anything else, class? Little update on the side thing. Let me get it up. Let me see if I can get it up there. See if I can get a little update on the side thing for you. Give me 1 second. If we're lucky. Yes, we're lucky. Let's go share this window. Aha! Look what I got. Can you see it? You can see it. Do you know what that is? And hit the play button. Anyone guess? Anyone guess? This is my forensic app, let's say. Basically, so I don't have to keep writing scripts to analyze the next lot of videos the D.A. Morrissey releases. So it basically executes my scripts for me. And then this isn't connected yet, but then we should get some graphs about. So this one here is the timing divergence, what the actual video says the timing is versus what the claims are in the headers of the files. Remember I said they were disconnected. There's so many disconnections between the standard player header and what the actual frame timing is. So that's what this little graph down here will do. And then essentially when we're discussing it, I can capture the frame that we're talking about, chucks a copy of that frame, tells me what the frame number is. And then if I am discussing it, like I do a lot of perusing the files, the video files with other people. Adam Scott is one of them. We're both going over things, but it's really hard for us to find the same spot in the file that we both want to look at the same time. Same with Rachel, she's another one. So this helps us all locate the same spot in the file because those headers and the actual frames are so different. That's why we're having trouble saying, I want you to look at frame number 249. Nobody can find fucking frame 249 because you look through one player, it will read the headers and say, this is frame number 249. But if you actually look at the frames, that's not 249. So I needed to stabilize a forensic sort of copy to stabilize the whole thing, drop it out of the packet wrappers. So we're completely ignoring whatever, bullshit Colleen Crawford put in there. And we're actually looking at what the packet wrappers say. So I can actually give this now to other people who help me go through the footage to pick out the anomalies, like the visual anomalies. We can all pick the frame number. Then I can run my script and go, what's around this frame number? And I'm going to run a whole bunch of different graphs, which I have buttons ready for here. So we can look at what's around those frame numbers. essentially. So the graph that's here right now is just time divergence. It's not actually, this is just a demo of what I would put there. It's not actually looking at this file yet. We're getting there slowly, but just thought I'd show ya what I'm doing, where I'm at. And then we can all be on the same page when we're going through shit. So I'm going to do some more stuff on this so we can zoom in as close as we can without losing pixel density. We can do a whole bunch of stuff. So plus my scripts are fresh. I'm writing them from scratch, which is why I stopped doing videos on the scripts I already wrote. That was me learning how to find out those things. This is me knowing now how I find out those things and how to dig even deeper. So there's a lot more going on here at this end, which is why I haven't really been keeping up with much. But here's my interface so far. Basically going through every single frame of every single file. So we can call out literally everything and even give it a court solid, here's the frame number, here's the packet number, here's where it occurs, and here's the anomaly. Without saying someone did it, we're just saying this shit's here. So if anyone wants to watch Gildea's emergency hearing, you can do so here. Thank you, Kevy. See, that's why you're the super mod. Thanks for the chat, Corn Pope. Yes, thank you, Corny. Bye. Sorry, I didn't catch up with the chat quick enough. Take care, girl. All right. Anyway, that's my little app. It's a little forensic app. It's based on the database. It's essentially based on every scrap of binary data in every single file. The database is huge. I'm going to show it to you because it won't mean shit. If you just look at a bunch of numbers, it won't mean anything to you. It's not even hex at the moment. It's really just ones and zeros. But essentially, you know, this app is dropping all the wrappers, so you don't have to watch Casey's Corner in that stupid fucking viewer that they gave us. And then we can just do a whole bunch of graphs showing why this isn't proper footage. So interesting. I knew it'd bore you all. That's why I showed it to you. But anyway, that's where I'm at with my little app. All right, everyone. It is time. It is time to wrap it up. Gildea wants to be as famous as Auntie Bev. It's looking like it, Carol. It certainly looks like it. All right, everyone. Be good. And I'm sure there's going to be something else I want to talk about. But hopefully we can do a Reckless Ben story. Start on the Reckless Ben. I've been waiting for his videos to come back online. I believe he's out of it's 14 days, so I believe he's out of the restraining order that was preventing him from having his videos online. So hopefully they come back online. If not, we'll just go watch Penguins or someone else as commentary on his videos before they got took down, so we can get into the story. But anyway, Defense Diaries made a very good point. This is civil court, and this judge is used to civil cases where lawyers tend to bicker nonstop and pull weird shit. So he has come across as hard on both. Nah, that's what they say, but no, he wasn't. He wasn't coming across just as hard to both sides. Up until he reprimanded Karen for the going public before she notified Proctor that he was a party to the other lawsuit, knowing full well that he was a party to the lawsuit before she fucking had to separate the lawsuit. Yeah, up until that point, I would have been on the same team But no, this is not coming across even at all. So, oh, adios amigos. But what's the Irish one? What are you doing speaking Spanish? We want Irish. Yes, civil rights lawyer is covering reckless Ben. Yes, I'll do it. A lot of lawyers are covering reckless Ben. So he's my next case. There's going to be some data. There's going to be some things, I'll offer to help. I'm sure everybody's reaching out to help, but I'll offer to help if he needs me to go over his data. Very happy to. But otherwise, we're going to dig up all his data and make some spreadsheets and shit and get into it. And that's giving us something else to focus on while we're waiting for movement in Karen's cases. So yeah, Reckless Ben is up next. Everybody, be good. Enjoy, if you're in America, your, whatever is it, July 4th holidays in the coming days. Be good. Talk to you soon.